Welcome, everybody. My name is Anders Hector. I'm Science and Innovation Counselor at the Embassy of Sweden. I will be the MC for the first section, for the first section of the first session. I just want to say that everything we say here will be translated, and you can choose to follow a stream in Korean or in English, depending on your preference, on the website, nobelmemorialprogram.kr. And on the website, you can also propose questions on Slido. And even if you're here in the audience, you can go to the website and propose questions. And we suggest that you do that. Let me introduce the host for the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program, the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Daniel Wolvin.
Thank you, Anders. It's such a pleasure to welcome everybody to this symposium on the Nobel Prizes of this year, 2022. Great to see people are turning up here in the auditorium, and a special welcome also to those joining us online today. This symposium is held as part of the Nobel Memorial Program, which the Embassy organizes with the support of 3 leading Swedish universities, KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, Lund University, and Umeå University. And the larger objective of the Nobel Memorial Week is to deepen collaboration between Sweden and Korea within the areas of education, research, and innovation. And the more specific objective of these symposia is really to stimulate curiosity about the Nobel Prizes that have been awarded this year, and also to stimulate curiosity about the amazing discoveries and the sheer intellectual ambition that have led to these Nobel Prizes. We will hear today from Swedish and Korean experts about their view on the awards, about the work behind the discoveries and what these discoveries can mean for all of us, including in the context of South Korea. And another important reason for organizing this event is also to create a meeting space for Korean and Swedish academics, and equally important for students and for the general public here in Korea. I want to extend my great thanks to the Korean partners that are supporting us in this endeavor. President of Seoul National University, Oh Se-jung, who we have here in the audience. Of course, the President of the Korea Academy of Science and Technology, Yoo Ok-jun, who is with us here, and President Sylvie Carlson of KTH, Vice Chancellors and other distinguished guests from Swedish universities. Let me just say also, since we are here in a university setting, that we are cognizant that these Nobel Symposia this year take place just after the period of national mourning over the tragic accident in Itlawon has ended. And this is a tragedy, I think, acutely felt for everyone who live in South Korea, and perhaps even more so at university campuses. And on behalf of my country, I wanted to take this opportunity also to extend our heartfelt condolences. Let me finish this brief introduction by saying also 2 words about Alfred Nobel and about the historical circumstances surrounding the Nobel Prize. On November 27th, 1895, Alfred Nobel signed his will at the Swedish-Norwegian Club in Paris. And when this will was opened after his death, it caused a lot of controversy, as Alfred Nobel, as we now know, had left much of his wealth for the establishment of a prize. So his family opposed the establishment of the Nobel Prize, and the prize awarders that he named at first refused to do what he had stipulated in his will. So it was 5 years before the first Nobel Prize could be awarded in 1901. And I think everyone here is aware, in an excerpt of the will, Alfred Nobel dictated that his entire remaining estate should be used to endow prizes to those who, during the preceding year, have conferred the greatest benefit to humankind. And that is what we will hear about here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, I welcome to the stage Sejong Oh, the president of Seoul National University.
Your Excellency, Ambassador of Sweden, Daniel Volben, President Yu Jun from the Korea Academy of Science and Technology, President Sigrid Carlson from KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Deputy Vice Chancellor Lena Eskilsson from Lund University, and Provost Vice Chancellor Katrin Liklund from Lund Umeå University. It's a great honor and pleasure to be a part of this celebration for the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program this year. As you know, for the past 2 years, the COVID pandemic had prevented the Swedish delegation from visiting Korea, and the Swedish-Korea Nobel Memorial Program, therefore, had to be held in an online format only. Now, in the third year of this program, we are finally able to meet and hold this meaningful event face-to-face, with the Swedish delegation finally visiting Korea, including the President and Vice President of KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Lund University, and Umeå University. We at Seoul National University are delighted to welcome you on our campus in this special year. The Nobel Prize is awarded to scholars who looked beyond existing frameworks by constantly questioning what we take for granted and exploring novel domains. The Nobel Prize calls for us to break away from the status quo and always move forward in all areas of human society. As such, it provides humankind with a strong drive and motivation to seek continuous innovation. In other words, the Nobel Prize fosters an environment for change and innovation crucial for humanity. It is unfortunate that Seoul National University has yet to see one of our alumni or faculty members win a Nobel Prize yet, but I hope that the holding this program on our campus here today will provide new inspiration for our students and researchers to become Nobel Prize winners in the future. For change and innovation to occur, it is necessary to establish an environment that encourages scholars to explore different fields and develop diverse experiences rather than narrowly focusing on one area of research. This is because collaboration and exchange between people across borders and fields give rise to synergy and new ideas between different fields, generating creative feedback that could not have been possible otherwise. This creative feedback obtained from this melting pot of ideas become the fuel for realizing new developments both at the individual and national level. In fact, this morning, researchers from the 3 Swedish universities and Seoul National University held active and fruitful exchange in the fields of physics, chemistry, life science, economics, and literature. The deans and provosts of international affairs of those 4 universities also joined together to discuss how they could learn from each other and promote cooperation. In this sense, the Swedish-Korea Nobel Memorial Program is an event that not only distributes knowledge, but also plays a role as a catalyst for mutual growth in our intellectual pursuit. I sincerely thank the Swedish Embassy, Korean Academy of Science and Technology, the 3 Swedish universities, and our university staff for creating this meaningful opportunity for all of us. Such crossover exchange enables us to accept new perspective and break down the walls that limit our way of thinking. A bright future awaits us if we allow our students to grow in an educational environment that encourages them to move freely between the borders of different academic fields. Given the importance of multidisciplinary approach in our curricula, Seoul National University recently announced the ambitious plan to break down the barriers between majors, departments, and colleges. In this plan, our goal is to allow our students to explore different majors without being committed to a particular field prematurely. Furthermore, we're also giving more autonomy to our professors so that they can engage in interdisciplinary education research and develop new majors and curriculums. This strategic plan for eliminating the barriers between academic units was not born overnight. We developed this ambitious plan through endless brainstorming sessions, committee meetings, and consulting experts on various corners of our campus. We presented our opinions and beliefs, discussed, argued, fought sometimes, persuaded each other, and then finally embraced each other. In the same way, the session that follow will provide opportunity for all of us to derive new ideas, insights from the lectures on innovations in science, economics, and literature. I hope that our collective efforts will provide a vital intellectual nourishment that will inspire many generations to come in their future studies and research. Thank you again for sharing this honorable moment with us, and I express our sincere sympathy for victims and families of Itaewon incidents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. And now I would like to ask to the stage Professor Ok-Jun Yoo, President of KAST, Korea Academy of Science and Technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to welcome all of you and to have an opportunity to give an opening remarks for Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program as President of the Korean Academy of Science and Technology. My name is Ok-Jun Yoo. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the audience, including online audience, for taking your valuable time to attend today's event. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Daniel Volben, Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea. I'm also well aware that we takes care of all the details. As if he becomes the main producer of the Nobel Memorial Program every year. In addition, I know that this could not be possible to hold without considerate support from Seoul National University. In this regard, I would like to leave my deepest appreciation to Professor Oh Se-jung, President of Seoul National University. I would also convey my sincere appreciation to Professor Sigrid Carlson, President of KTH, for your generous support ever since this program launched. The Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program has to be held only via online, like just President Oh told us, due to the COVID-19 for the last 2 years. Thus, what makes me happier is that I can see you, the audience, in person right now. I think Ambassador Daniel Volben would feel the same way as I do. Korea has made a lot of progress over the years. As you all know, just 50 years ago, Korea was one of the poorest countries. In order to overcome this poverty, government and individuals have worked very hard and have currently grown into one of the world's number 10 largest economies. Science and technology played a key role in this growth of our country. In particular, the heavy and chemical industries such as semiconductors, steel, automobiles, shipbuilding, and construction business have led to rapid growth. As a scientist, I'm also grateful and proud that I and all the scientists sitting here together today today could contribute to make our country better. However, due to the technology-oriented policies, governmental supports for basic science that requires creativity and time were relatively neglected. I think that this may be one of the reasons why we haven't received the Nobel Prize for Science yet. It is often said that the age of Korean basic science is around 30 years old. It means that the history of basic science in Korea is relatively short than other developed countries. However, the short history does not mean the level of basic science is low. We have many world-renowned scientists in various fields, and science technology policies are gradually being established to support them. What we are going to do today is to listen the values and meanings of this year's Nobel Prize for Physics, Chemistry, and Physiology or Medicine from the experts from Korea and Sweden, respectively. I hope today's Nobel Memorial Program will be an opportunity to create new interests for those who were not interested in basic science and to give greater enthusiasm for those who were already interested. Furthermore, I hope that everyone here, and including the people listening online, will learn today what scientific research deserves a Nobel Prize and who or what kind of person can create and perform Nobel Prize level research. I would also believe that one of you will be the future Nobel laureate for science. And I would like to end my welcoming remarks with conveying my special thanks to all the speakers from Sweden and Korea for sparing their priceless time and for sharing their valuable knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. And next to the stage is Professor Sigbritt Karlsson, President of KTH Royal Institute of Technology.
Your Excellence, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to be here in Korea and take part for the first time in real life in the Nobel Memorial Program. And what we're doing today is really to pre-celebrate the Nobel Prize laureates, which all will gather in Stockholm to the 10th of December to receive their medals. We will soon listen to the research results that led to the awards of 2022. For Sweden, celebrating the Nobel Prizes every year in December makes us proud to be part of it, but it also gives us an opportunity to learn, get inspired, and also the inspiration comes to see how dedicated people, dedicated creative people, and determined people pursue their line of research or their authorship in the Literature Prize. It's important for a small country in the Nordic Europe. We have just seen the map over the world, and we are used to having Sweden pretty much in the center, but we are in the northern part of Europe. We are a small country. For us to have the possibility to meet scientists from all around the world in December is really a privilege. It also demonstrates that science are without borders. This is even more important in the present times of geopolitical troubles, that the scientific community continues to do joint research, which helps us finding solution to the different challenges we face today. Humanities, social sciences, economics, natural sciences, engineering, science, and medicine, they're all really important for decreasing climate change and deliver on the 17 SDG goals. And I would like to say that the Literature Prize nudges us all to reflect on what it means to be a human being. I really look forward to this afternoon and welcomes you to these different presentations. And thank you very much all who are here and the ones that are listening online. And remember 3 words that makes a Nobel laureate: curious, creative, and determined. I think these are the 3 words that mark a scientist or an author to deliver and continue to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, President, and thank you everybody for these welcoming and congratulatory remarks. And now I would like to introduce the moderator for the Sciences session, Professor Magnus Viktorsson. Magnus is a professor at KTH, Royal Institute of Technology. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a great honor for me to be the moderator of this first part for the first 3 Nobel Prizes within sciences. The first category of the Nobel Prizes that we'll talk about is the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. It's a thrilling category. It concerns health, care, well-being, and in this year also the fundamentals for exploring the history of human. So from a personal note, I think this is one of the most thrilling prizes of them all. And fortunately we have 2 experts and guides with us to explain these prizes and discuss them. So I would like to introduce to the stage Professor Katrin Riklund from Umeå University and Assistant Professor Chong-Won Chong from Seoul National University. Please. So, we will have brief introductions of these prizes. And first I would like to introduce Professor Katrin Riklund. Professor Riklund is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Umeå University, is responsible for research and doctoral education of medicine, natural science, and technology at that university. She received a degree of Master of Science in Medicine at Umeå in '88, and then completing her PhD, becoming a professor of diagnostic radiology at Umeå University. And we're really eager to hear more what this prize is about. Please.
Thank you.
Professor.
So thank you so much for that kind introduction. Being a radiologist is to have a special relation to the Nobel Prize. You know, the first Nobel Prize, 1901, was won by Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen. And then all different modalities in my work has received Nobel Prizes. So I'm really, really very proud to be standing here. And would like to say, Your Excellence, Mr. Ambassador, dear hosts, distinguished professors, colleagues from Seoul and Sweden, ladies and gentlemen, on site and in the air. I'm very proud to have the possibility to present the Nobel Prize winner in Medicine or Physiology 2022, Svante Pääbo. He is awarded the prize for his discoveries concerning the genomes of extinct hominids and human evolution. Svante Pääbo himself was born 1955 in Stockholm. He defended his PhD thesis in Uppsala in 1986, and then he went to Zurich for a postdoc in Switzerland and later on to University of California, Berkeley in USA. He was appointed as a professor at University of Munich in Germany in 1990, and he also funded a Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig in 1999. He is also an adjunct professor at Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology in Japan. And now a little bit more to the prize. There are some questions that we tend to discuss late evenings, early mornings, now and then, in different settings. Where do we come from? Why are we here? Are we different? What makes us unique? And through Pääbo's pioneering research, we have getting closer to the answers. And we have also got another extinct hominin beside the Neanderthals, the Denisova, which he has discovered. The Homo sapiens first appeared in Africa approximately 300,000 years ago, while our closest known relatives, Neanderthals, developed outside Africa and populated Europe and Western Asia from around 400,000 years until approximately 30,000 years ago, at which point they went extinct. So, what have he done and what have he found? As a postdoctoral student, together with Alan Wilson, another pioneer in the field of evolutionary biology, Pääbo started to develop methods to study DNA from Neanderthals, an endeavor that lasted several decades. And by the end of the 1990s, almost the entire human genome had been sequenced from a very small remnants of very old bones in the Neanderthals. And this was a considerable accomplishment, which allowed subsequent studies of the genetic relationships between different human populations. He continued his work at University of Munich, and he did a lot of work on archaic DNA, and he decided to analyze DNA from Neanderthals' mitochondria, organelles in cells that contain their own DNA, and he developed the methods, and he managed to sequence a region of mitochondrial DNA from a 40,000-year-old piece of bone. And that was the first time that we had access to a sequence from an extinct relative. When the DNA has been lying in the ground for thousands of years, it's really destroyed. It's in small fragments. It's mixed up with other DNA from animals, from the people who are doing the archaeology work and so on. So it was really a challenge to create these new methods. And he continued his work, and in comparison with contemporary humans and chimpanzees, he demonstrated that the Neanderthals were genetically distinct from each other. You can see the blue line, and you can see the diverging orange and yellow lines, which are other hominid species. And you can see that it was more than 7 million years since we divided from the chimpanzees. So, he continued to compare with contemporary humans and chimpanzees, and he showed that we are really genetically distinct from the Neanderthals. But the one of the colors, the yellow one, is something else. In 2008, he discovered the Denisova in Siberia, and that hominid is also totally distinct from the Neanderthals and us, the today's hominids. About 70,000 years ago, groups of Homo sapiens migrated from Africa to the Middle East, and from there they spread to the rest of the world, and at least 2 extinct hominin populations inhabited Eurasia, the Neanderthals in the west and the Denisovans in the east. And you can see on the painting how our former hominids spread out over the world. And thanks to Svante Pääbo's groundbreaking discoveries, we now better understand human evolution and migration over the globe, and also that archaic gene sequences from our extinct relatives influence the physiology of present-day humans. One such example is the Denisovian version of the gene EPA as one which confers an advantage for survival at high altitudes, and this gene is common among present-day Tibetans. Another example are Neanderthal genes that affect our immune response to different types of infection. And we know that today we have a couple of percentage of Neanderthal genes in our human genomes. And the ongoing research focuses on analyzing the functional implications of the genetic differences with the goal to explain what makes the Homo sapiens us unique. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eklund, for that explanation. I'm then honored and glad to welcome our next speaker to this important award, Assistant Professor Chong-Won Chong. Chong-Won Chong is an assistant professor of the School of Biological Science here at the Seoul National University. Obtained his doctoral degree from the University of Chicago for the genetic history of Tibetans and their altitude adaptations, and currently studies the genetic history of human populations. So a very suitable presenter. And may I also introduce the translation possibilities that you have. For us that understand English better, you can turn to the channel 2 in these. Thank you. Please.
안녕하십니까? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Korean presenter for the science session of the Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. I will be talking about the achievements of Dr. Febo, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. Before I begin, allow me to give you the definition of archaic hominins. What you see on the screen is a phylogenetic tree of the relationship between chimpanzees and modern humans, known as Homo sapiens. You can see where the red line and the blue line meet. This is when humans and chimpanzees diverged roughly 6 million years ago. And you can see that since diverging then, humans and chimpanzees went their separate ways. And modern humans are known to have originated in Africa about 300,000 years ago. The part highlighted in red on the phylogenetic tree refers to archaic hominins. In other words, archaic humans refer to extinct species that were closer to modern humans than chimpanzees, but more distant to modern humans than they are to each other. I'm sure you've heard of Australopithecus or Neanderthals. These are all examples of archaic hominins. Professor Febo is recognized for his achievement in clearly defining the evolutionary relation between archaic hominins and modern humans by applying genetics to the research of archaic hominins, which used to rely solely on morphological features and stone tools. And also, since first releasing the study on the draft sequence of the Neanderthal genome, his research team has continued to add to this list of archaic hominin genomes as illustrated on this map. Among these, all are Neanderthals genomes, with the exception of Cimadillos, Hessos, and Denisovans from the Denisovan cave. And most of the research here on the chart has been done by Dr. Febo's team, so it is no surprise that he is the sole recipient for this achievement in the physiology and medicine part. So then where and when did Neanderthals, the focus of Dr. Febo's research, live? As you can see here, classic Neanderthals lived in Europe from roughly 250,000 years ago to 40,000 years ago. They spread out sporadically to some regions in the Middle East and Central Asia, as you can see here on the map. So they did inhabit a very large area. Dr. Febo's research also proved that archaic humans who lived in Spain 43,000 years ago are also from the Neanderthal lineage. Dr. Febo's research also shows that modern humans outside of Africa share around 2% of Neanderthal DNA. And what is interesting is that this can be found among modern humans in Europe and the Middle East and regions where Neanderthals never lived in East Asia, Oceania, and the Americas, where Neanderthals did not live. So as you can see in this diagram, Neanderthal DNA segments are found in overlapping regions in different continental populations. You can see where you can find the Neanderthal DNA displayed in red. What this diagram shows is that DNA segments overlap in regions in different continental populations. So then how did East Asians inherit Neanderthal genes, and why does everyone have the Neanderthal gene in the same place in equal proportions? This is easily explained if their common ancestor acquired Neanderthal genes before the current continental populations diverged. The Middle East is where modern humans first spread out of Africa. So the Middle East is where modern humans first spread out of Africa, where Neanderthals were living at the time. By estimation, using the length of the Neanderthal gene fragment possessed by modern humans, the Neanderthal gene is estimated to have been introduced about 60,000 years ago, coinciding with the time modern humans entered the Middle East. In other words, modern humans left Africa, had offspring with Neanderthals almost right after, and their descendants spread all over the world, carrying genes of both modern humans and Neanderthals. So what kind of ancient humans were living in East Asia when Neanderthals lived in Europe and when modern humans entered East Asia via the Middle East? The map here shows archaic human fossils found in East Asia. Among them, a genome similar to that of Neanderthals but distinctly different was found from a finger bone excavated in the Denisovan cave, and they are called Denisovans. So without the exception of Denisovans, we have not been able to do DNA sequencing for all the rest on the map here. So there is, however, a high likelihood that many of the ancient fossils from hominids that lived in East Asia during similar times are close to Denisovans. And so this is a new hypothesis that arose as a result of the work of Dr. Febo. What is interesting is that Denisovans have made significant genetic contributions to the indigenous people of Australia and New Guinea and some hunter-gatherers in the Philippines. They inherited about 5% of their genomes from archaic Denisovan ancestors. Denisovan variants in many immune genes were under positive natural selection in Australasians. And there was actually a very high ratio of positive natural selection. This diagram shows a very important example of the CD33 gene variant allele frequency in groups across the world. In most parts of the world, only the modern human allele shown in brown is present, and there's no mutation at all. However, you can see very high rates of Denisovan variants shown in purple in populations in New Guinea and surrounding areas. And this shows that the genetic heritage of archaic hominins have a significant impact on our lives and health. And another very important case example would be the EPAS1. This is what we can find in continental East Asians who carry a minuscule portion of Denisovan genes. EPAS1, a key gene that helps Tibetans breathe easy at a high altitude, low oxygen environment, has been found to contain Denisovan Denisovan DNA segment distinct to Tibetans. This DNA segment is hardly found in populations other than Tibetans, but is present in very high proportions among Tibetans. As you can see, the EPAS DNA segment of Tibetans is significantly different from the others across the world. In fact, the closest sequence contains 40 mutations. On the other hand, there are only 9 mutations when compared with the Denisovan EPAS1 DNA segment. This is evidence that the EPAS DNA segment found in modern Tibetans originated from Denisovans or other archaic hominins very close to Denisovans. So you can see that through Dr. Febo's work, we can see that Neanderthals and ancestors of modern humans diverged around 600,000 years ago, and Denisovans are cousins of the Neanderthals. And modern humans left Africa, mated with Neanderthals in the Middle East 600,000 years ago, and their descendants spread out across the world. As a result, 2% of genomes of all modern humans outside of Africa are inherited from Neanderthals. And some modern humans who returned to East Asia and moved on to New Guinea and Australia via Southeast Asia, during which they acquired Denisovan DNA, and resulting in around 5% of their genome coming from Denisovan ancestors. Some continental East Asians, including Tibetans, have some Denisovan genes. The morphological features and distribution of Denisovans are yet to be known. Therefore, paleogenetical research of Asian archaic humans is likely to be helpful in further understanding overall human evolution. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for introducing this to us, to all of us. I think it's a very fascinating subject. For me, it raises the questions: how many finger bones haven't we found? How many other archaic humanoids were there actually? And I mean, we only found a few pieces. If I first turn to you,
yeah, sure.
What would you say makes this study of our archaic humanoids so important for us?
I mean, it's a truly intellectual opportunity that we think of, like, as she said, like what makes human a human. That's one thing. That the evolutionary biology is fundamentally on the comparison between the related species or groups or other taxa. And our closest comparison point is chimpanzee, that has split us from us for 6 million years ago. And 6 million years ago is a lot, and a lot of changes has accumulated, and we cannot fully disintegrate like those changes into what's important for what we think important to make humans versus not. But by having a much closer contact, a point of comparison, the Neanderthals, we can make this much easier, much more pronounced that what kind of changes has made since our split from Neanderthal, and what changes we are sharing with Neanderthal. That's on an evolutionary biologist perspective, that's a very useful point of comparison. But at the same time, the Neanderthals are human, and they have very complex behavior. They have even bigger brains than us, and they made a very complex social lives. And they have been very successful and survived in this harsh Arctic and Palearctic environment for hundreds of thousands of years. So that makes us think of what makes the humans, and that can be a plural answers in there. And I think that's intellectually a lot to us to think of.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you have any reflections on this? What makes this research so important?
Well, it raises a lot of curiosity.
Yes.
What happened when we divide?
Yeah.
Why did we divide? Why did they get extinct? Why are we here? Why did we survive? Why didn't they? And also it gives another picture that we are Homo sapiens. We are one race, not many. We are different color and different sizes and so on, but we are all Homo sapiens. And these genetic maps also show that.
Yeah.
We are one race.
Yes.
And it's very important information.
Yes.
And we should use it carefully.
Thank you.
But there is, of course, a lot of questions, and I hope that, as you say, we will find more connections and more qualified guesses on why we are as we are, what makes us so unique, why can we live in houses and survive, and not the other animals, so to say.
Yeah.
So but another thing is the methodological development that he has done. And you can also see that multi-scientific, multidisciplinary work can go together and enhance results. Because the research on genomes, it's not only for the extinct hominids, it's for everything. It's for cancer, it's for precision medicine, and so on. And here you can really see that methods development can increase the output from several research areas. And it's also important.
Yes. Thank you. I didn't mention that, but if you have any questions, I'm sure we can communicate them in any way. So please don't be afraid to raise a hand if you would like to raise a question. Yes, thank you. I actually had that question myself. This work, of course, we don't have Professor Pääbo here, but this work that he and his team has done, are there other application areas that this is important for than only studying, so to say, the background of humans? And you were touching upon it.
Yes, I would like to say.
Yes.
Maybe you would like to.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's all about highly degraded DNA and also about how to interpret the evolutionary information out of those. And as an internal insider of this field, that I have seen that the developments of these, biochemical methods to extract and sequence the highly degraded DNAs, and that can be directly applied to, for example, many disciplines like forensic sciences.
Yeah.
For example, that's much narrower cases, but it's still. And then it opened up like a huge subfield of archaeology, that's archaeogenetics, that understands the human diversity within our species and changes in this diversity over time for the historical and prehistorical time periods. And at the same time, like all these statistical and population genetic analysis methods that extracts evolutionary information out of these genome sequences have co-developed with the advances in genetics technology and advances with the accumulation of those important specimens in terms of genomes. And so in those senses, and that can be applied to many fields like cancer evolution, but all the other wildlife's genetics and so forth. So it's a huge implication. It's also basically a test bed for how to understand evolution out of genome sequences.
Yes, thank you. Another observation is that in this case, it's a single person that gets the prize, so to say. In many cases, you have a number of persons that share a prize from same team or from some kind of collaboration or simultaneous collaboration. Research is often done in teams. Is this problematic, would you say? Is this obvious that only he should have it? I don't know if you can't have an opinion on this specific case, perhaps more generic.
More generic. Well, the Nobel Prize is a personal prize.
Yes.
Given to a person. And I think research has developed a lot since the Nobel Prize was initiated. And at that time, earlier on, research was very much one person, male thing. And then it has evolved, and now there are a lot of groups, and you are working collaborating together, do research together. But still, it's a personal prize. Yes. And over the year, there has been more or less discussion about if it's the right person, the correct person that gained the prize, because research breakthrough is always, I would like to say, a work with many people. But I think that Pääbo is the perfect and correct person to have this Nobel Prize.
I also agree. Like his work is fundamentally interdisciplinary, and it's fundamentally a teamwork. That he needs a specialist for developing biochemical advances. He also needs population geneticists to interpret those and many things. But at the same time, it's really his creativity and his determined will to go through in this direction and makes this really seemingly impossible thing happen. And he has been doing this almost alone in the world since 1980s, and everyone else was doing the similar things with more easily accessible things like human DNA from a person living today. But he really went through that. It's important, and it's a breakthrough. And then he made this decades-long journey to make the Neanderthal genomes available. And I think that determined movement and that determined academic activities deserves a single prize. I think so.
Thank you. Do you have any reflections apart from this small questions I posed on this prize, or where are we heading? What is the next? You coming from the field specifically, Professor Jong? What is the urgent research questions posed in the field?
I mean, it's now really a thriving field of looking into the genomes of like that individual that passed away a long time ago, and I think you just open the gate and no one knows what's gonna be in the next turn. Like who knows like what kind of bones that the museums have been holding for decades will return us something completely unexpected. Yes. Who knows? I have seen that in a smaller scales in terms of like modern human genetic diversity and history. And thinking of like the archaic hominins, thinking of other species that are extinct, or even within the conspecifics, the extinct populations, then I don't know, that will be a lot. That will be a lot of surprises and all these surprising discoveries that will be coming are based on his decades-long works. So yeah, I'm very excited to see the more advances and more things to come.
Yes.
I think that the genome technology will drive also the research on very old bones and findings more rapidly, because just a couple of decades ago it took weeks to extract the genome information from DNA, and now it's more or less an instant test. And if you have instant test, you have the possibility to do a high number of analyses. And there are, as you say, there must be a lot of bones out there that you can analyze. Yeah. So for Pebos and your research field, I think this will really speed up the content of knowledge from the old bones in the ground, so to say, or other way. But the genome technology, we now have the 1 million genome project, where we do whole genome sequencing on many persons. And it will give us a lot of new information about proteomics, genomics, other omics that give us a picture on a healthy, a pre-diseased individual or a diseased individual. So it's a lot of knowledge that will follow this. But I also think that his methodology will continue to develop, and he will have even faster techniques and need even smaller fragments of bones to be able to extract the genome. Yeah. So
that's really
it will not stop here, so to say.
No, I guess we're only in the very beginning of this DNA.
More or less.
Yes. So by that, I think we can end this session, and I thank you so much for contributing and explaining this topic for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we move on to the next Nobel Prize category. After reading in briefly on the prize on physics, I think this is perhaps an even more thrilling area. All of this starts and ends with physics in some sense, in a way. And this year's prize enabling quantum information, where these two particles where two particles behave like a single unit even when they're separated, it kind of makes the mind blow. And if that is not thrilling, what is? So as for the earlier prize, we're fortunate enough to have two experts here guiding us, explaining and reflecting on this year's prize. And I would like to welcome Professor Anna Delin and Professor Yunmi Chai. Thank you. Yeah, Yunmi Chai. Yes. So first we have Professor Anna Delin, a full professor at KTH since 2011. She leads a research group focusing on magnetic and quantum phenomena in materials, and she's currently also deputy head of the School of Engineering Sciences at KTH, Royal Institute of Technology. Professor Delin received a PhD in condensed matter physics from Uppsala University and have received several awards and recognitions for her work. So very welcome, Professor Anna Delin, to introducing the topic for us.
So, Your Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thanks for having me. I'm very honored to be here. And I have the pleasure to briefly present this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. So I'll start with the awardees. Do you hear me this? Oh, okay. So here we have our three awardees. It's Alan Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger for experiments with entangled photons, establishing the violation of Bell inequalities and pioneering quantum information science. Alan Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger have each conducted groundbreaking experiments using entangled quantum states, where two particles behave like a single unit, even when they are separated. The results have cleared the way for new technology based upon quantum information. Let's disentangle the physics behind this prize and why their work is so groundbreaking. So here we have Isaac Newton doing experiments with light. Before the advent of quantum mechanics, we thought that the world was deterministic. That is, if we know enough information about the system beforehand, then in principle, we could determine everything about the system in the future and also in the past. This was very compelling. After all, Newton's equation of motion had worked incredibly well, so why should this principle not apply to everything? Well, unfortunately for determinists, we stumbled upon quantum mechanics, and quantum mechanics does not play well for determinism. It is by its nature probabilistic. This did not sit well with many scientists at the time, including Einstein. Proving that quantum mechanics has this nature was a crucial part of the 2022 Nobel Prize. Einstein was a firm believer that quantum mechanics was indeed incomplete and that there should be some kind of hidden variables that we had just not yet discovered. In order to demonstrate this, he, with two other authors, presented a paper in 1935 titled, "Can quantum mechanical description of physical reality be considered complete?" In his work, they outlined a thought experiment that came to be known as the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox, or EPR paradox for short. So the thought experiment had to do with quantum entanglement. Let's say you have a system made up of two interacting electrons with a total spin of 0. So they have opposite spins, either like that or like that, perhaps. Each electron has a spin, which can either be in the spin up or spin down state. The quantum entanglement of these two electrons produces an interesting state where if one of the electrons is measured to be in the spin up state, the other one must be in the spin down state. Any quantum system can be described with a wave function, describing all possible states of the system. However, when you measure a wave function, it collapses to a single state, a single eigenvalue. So by measuring, we destroy the wave function. When two particles are entangled, they are described with a joint wave function. So if you measure one of the electrons, the wave function collapses for both the particles at the same time. Now here's the crux of the thought experiment. What would happen if you took two of these entangled particles and then separated them? by a great distance, a macroscopic distance. Let's say they were separated by several kilometers. In this state, if you could measure one of the electron spins and get, say, spin up, then instantaneously the other electron would become spin down, which would appear to break causality, since it seems that the information passes from the measured electron to the unmeasured one instantaneously. That is faster than the speed of light. This seemed to so weird for the scientists that it could not be true. And so one thought quantum mechanics must be incomplete. For many years, there was no way to tell the difference between this Einstein theory of hidden variables and standard quantum entanglement. This was until 1964, when John Bell suggested that there was indeed a way to test if hidden variables were true or not. This test would become known as Bell's inequality test. It relies on the observation that when measuring a quantum state, we have freedom to choose how we want to measure it. Each electron in our interacting particle pair can have either spin up or down, but they could just as easily have spin left or spin right, or anything in between. It all depends on how you measure them, that is, what you define as up. So spin up can be that, or yeah. John Bell said that in the scenario where you measure one electron to see if it is spin up or down, defining up as parallel to the vertical axis, and then you measure the second electron at an angle, some angle to the vertical direction, there is a difference in the outcomes between hidden variable theory and quantum mechanics. Basically, by measuring the probability of certain outcomes, you can determine if there are any hidden variables. In the figure here, you see the experimentally measured confidence rates or correlations of the two particle detections as a function of the angles between the polarizer axis from John Clauser and co-workers. So the angles between the spin left and spin right particle, let's say. They used photons and not electrons, but the principle is the same. The solid curve is what quantum mechanics predicts, and the points are their measurements. And with this data, it is possible to show that Bell's inequality test is violated. Right. Thus, John Clauser developed John Bell's ideas, leading to a practical experiment. When he took the measurements, they supported quantum mechanics by clearly violating the Bell inequality, suggesting that hidden variables do not exist. And here's an actual photograph of the original Bell test experimental setup somewhere in the middle of the 60s, together with a young John Clauser. He was a postdoc at the time. Like all theoretical results, Bell inequalities are derived under certain assumptions. One of these was a particular concern of Bell himself, the assumption that the two measurement angles are completely independent of each other, that they are randomly chosen. That's where Alan Aspect comes in. He developed an experiment and used it in a way that closed this important loophole. He was able to switch the measurement settings after an entangled pair had left its source, so the settings that existed when they were emitted could not affect the results. The experiments of Clauser and Aspect opened the eyes of the physics community to the profound importance of quantum entanglement, and that entanglement quantum states can stretch out to become macroscopically large. Bell pairs, as such entangled states are called, came to be thought of as a quantum resource. This resource has become central for and usable for the rapidly developing field of quantum information science, thanks to our third Nobel laureate, Anton Zeilinger, who figured out how to experimentally teleport an arbitrary quantum state from one position to another. With his teleportation protocol, it has now become possible to use quantum states for new ways of storing, transferring, and processing information. And I wish to acknowledge the sources I've used for this talk. It's the copy of press releases, the Royal Society of Academy of Sciences in Sweden, images from Wikipedia, and the science blog Science Discussed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Delin.
Thank you.
So I would now like to introduce Associate Professor Yoon-Mi Choi. Yoon-Mi Choi is, as I said, an Associate Professor at the Department of Physics at Korea University. You joined Korea University in 2020 after a PhD in Harvard University and assistant professorship in the University of Tokyo. Research interests of Professor Choi includes quantum simulation, computation using ultra-cold molecules, quantum engineering on chemical reactions, and manipulating atoms and molecules using optical frequency combs. So we're delighted to have you here. And once again, Channel 2 for the ones of us not so fluent in Korean.
Thank you very much for the invitation and introducing me. And it is my great pleasure to be here in this honorable event to introduce this year's Nobel Physics Prize here. And from here, I'll switch to Korean. 네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tae-eun-mi. I'm a professor at Korea University. I'll talk about entanglement and the very foundation of quantum technology. First and foremost, as Professor Delin mentioned, entanglement was what drove the Nobel Prize this year for physics. And these three professors became the laureates. And the previous speaker talked about how these three professors violated the Bell's inequality. So I would like to talk about the quantum technology. But first, let us go over entanglement. Entanglement or entangled state refers to the state of one particle determining the state of the other particle. Let's say that a particle can either have a blue or pink state, and the state is unknown, or when the two have superposition, when they share the state, then the particle has a purple state. Then in the quantum world, the particle is in a wave state before you observe the particle. So it's, as I mentioned, blue or pink, but there's no way to find out until observation, which is why we say that the particle has a purple state. So you have two of these particles, and let's say that they entangle, they become entangled. Even when separated by vast distances, they become entangled and remain connected. Then, this is what happens. Well, at first, this is purple because this is prior to observation. However, the state of one particle is now observed. Then, immediately at that specific moment, we know that the other pair is also blue. And when identified as pink, then its far separated partner will also be pink. As such, quantum entanglement has been used to drive the second revolution of quantum technology. We are seeing the advent of quantum communication, cryptography, sensing, as well as computing. And entanglement has become the very foundation of all quantum technology. So today, I will briefly talk about how entanglement enables quantum cryptography and quantum computing. First, this is quantum cryptography. This is about communicating message. So you have a sender and a receiver, and you have the communication channel. So the one who wants to send the information, let's say that the person creates a pair of entangled quantum particles with a private information. Then that information is sent to the receiving end. Then the one on the receiving end will observe the information to obtain the information. But let's say that the information is transmitted, but in that process, an eavesdropper tunes in, and this eavesdropper observes the particles to steal the information that be pink or blue, then the state of the quantum will change. Then the receiver will know, or the sender will know at that immediate moment that this information was stolen, that somebody tried to read the data. And this is quantum cryptography. Of course, there are many other factors to factor in for quantum cryptography, and the actual technology is much more complex. However, the underlying technology is quantum entanglement. Now let us move to quantum computing. I'm sure that you've heard of this terminology, quantum computing. And the computer that we use today, which is in contrast to quantum computing, is classical computing. In classical computing, the basic unit of information is bit, which has a value of 0 or 1. Now let's say that a system has 12 bits. The 12 bits initially have a value of 0. And let's consider a scenario in which all values are converted to 1. Then since we have 12 bits, this means that to convert the value, a total of 12 arithmetic operations will be required. However, then what about quantum computing? Then quantum computing uses quantum bit, qubit, as a basic information unit in contrast to classical bits. And because this follows the principle and rules of quantum computing, its value can be either 0 or 1 because they share the state. And all 12 qubits are in a state of 0 initially. However, now these 12 qubits are in an entangled state. Let's assume that they're in an entangled state. Just like classical computing, if you want to convert 0 to 1, then since all the states of all qubits are entangled, then the state of all 12 qubits can be changed with a single arithmetic operation. So by using quantum entanglement, we can dramatically reduce the number of operations, and that becomes the basis of quantum computing. I gave you 2 examples today, quantum cryptography and quantum computing. However, quantum entanglement serves as the foundation of all quantum technology. So now it's all about how far you can go with quantum entanglement. And in Korea, we see much development in quantum technology. These are some of the research studies conducted at Korean universities. But even other than this, various institutions and universities, including communication, computing, sensing, and cryptography, all the researchers are very much taking great interest in quantum technology and driving studies in this field. And now, recently, research has started to go beyond the realm of academics and be conducted at a commercial level. Large companies in Korea have started research and investment by taking interest in quantum technology, and the Korean government has designated quantum technology as a next generation core strategic technology. And About many decades ago, in the 20s, quantum mechanics was only a hypothesis. So when this concept was first born, well, Einstein contributed to quantum mechanics. However, when the idea or concept of probability comes in, we all know that Einstein was against that hypothesis, that idea. And we talk a lot about the argument between Bohr and Einstein back in the 1920s. But then, from 60s to 90s, thanks to the three laureates and their research outcomes, we showed the evidence that quantum mechanics is the winner. And we were able to see the advent of lasers and GPS and other quantum technologies that have become pervasive in our daily life. And now a second quantum revolution is underway. And we have various technologies that we can witness now that aggressively use quantum entanglement to drive up the speed and the level of the technology. So this field has received much attention from the researchers. So I very much look forward to how quantum mechanics will transform modern technology and our society in the future. With that, I would like to wrap up. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much for this very good explanation and discussion. One of the questions I actually had was, of course, many of us are aware of the concept, at least quantum technologies, and we're very curious of where we're heading, so to say. And you described very well these different application areas that we can foresee, and that was one question I had, actually. What application areas can we see? But that was very nice. I think this, as I interpret the area, it's also a quite... there are very many researchers in the field of physics, obviously, but how are these three individuals, how do they kind of point out, how do they, what do you say, stand out in that field? And why these specific three individuals? Do you have any reflections on that? Or
I can tell the story of John Bowser.
Uh-huh.
So during his PhD, he became interested in the foundations of quantum mechanics. And this was very fashionable at the time. And he knew that there was this experimental setup in Berkeley that he wanted to try to use to measure this these quantum correlations. So he went there for a postdoc, but in astrophysics, I think it was. And he discussed with his supervisor and said that, I'd like to do this foundations quantum mechanics. And the supervisor said, yeah, you can work half-time with that, because he thought that was interesting, you know. And so he even got help with some PhD student, and they spent 2 years to rebuild this machine. It used calcium atoms and to produce back-to-back entangled photons like this. And then they finally measured this and published it, and I don't think they got, you know, there weren't any ovations or anything. This was a nerdy, narrow thing. At the time, people, you know, quantum mechanics was obviously working, so why bother, you know, about the foundations that way? That was a little bit the attitude. So, yeah, and I think he really stands out because he got the idea by himself. He pursued something that wasn't fashionable. There was no obvious use or impact of doing this. He spent 2 years rebuilding this apparatus before he could do one measurement. So what did Sigbert say? So determinism, creativity, curiosity, right? So he had all those three, these three ingredients. Yeah, so I think that's a very illustrative story,
Yeah.
and I'm sure the stories are similar for the other ones, but this one is the most known one.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very interesting. Do
Yeah.
you have any
And
questions?
these three professors' work really nailed down the quantum mechanics, so to speak, because there are many arguable things regarding quantum mechanics. It works, it can explain things, but we don't know what it really is. That was the status of quantum mechanics at that time. But the experiment of Professor John Clauser and Anton was really nailed down that Einstein's idea of a hidden variable was wrong, and the entanglement, the non-locality, is the key for quantum mechanics. And that really opened the new era for quantum information science, because nowadays we are using quantum entanglement and the non-locality for developing new technologies. And Professor Zeilinger really investigated this new idea of quantum teleportation, the sending quantum information using these entanglements, and that's really the foundation of quantum technologies these days. So I think when I first heard their Nobel Prize this year, I was really astonished that they haven't awarded yet. It's this year, right? That was really surprising. I was really surprised. So their work is really that important.
Thank you. Thank you for that. As I understand it, this prize also it points out the importance of experiments and infrastructure and all of that. In this field, is that a big issue or of infrastructure for physics, let's say, in this area? Or
Infrastructure is always an issue. There could always be more and more advanced infrastructure, and it's very expensive.
is it a showstopper for further steps, or
Depends who you talk to. But I mean, in this instance, I think the infrastructure wasn't very advanced.
No?
No.
Exactly. So, but where are we today, so to say, in this field? Is it still, it wasn't so advanced infrastructure, is it?
So as far as I know, it's big companies who can now build quantum computers. They are leading in the number of entangled qubits. And it's difficult for a university-based project to compete with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your perspectives on the methodology in this field? Is it more from a theoretical perspective or more experimental perspectives?
Yeah, so infrastructure is really important in this field, because at that time also to produce entangled photon is really difficult, and how you do that really depends on what you have in your lab. And these days, thanks to the industrial development, we now can just buy lasers or good microwave sources, like good infrastructures from companies, and that really helps a lot to conduct experiment in the universities as well. But as you all know, better infrastructures are more expensive. So if you are in a bigger group, it's a little bit easier to conduct these experiments because of the infrastructure. But if you are just a beginning researcher in a small university, then it's a little bit harder to get access to these good instruments. So that's always the issue for all research areas. But yeah, in this particular field, it's a little bit more severe problem, so to speak.
And as I understand it, then you're moving into to more of where industry is really interested in this, and they invest heavily, and they are really engaged, also from what we could call research side. So is there obvious roles for you as researchers in this situation we have today? compared to where they were in the 60s, so to say? What role does a researcher do in the phase where we are today, where industry is so heavily involved? Is there a challenge there in finding your role, so to say?
Like a university researcher.
Yeah, university researchers versus the industrial.
I guess people do their best with what they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these days there are certain, so we call platforms for like different systems. So I'm from quantum computing area, so I'm a little bit focused on quantum computing research when answering this question. And there are like major companies who are now investigating quantum computers, and there are major platforms, so to speak, like superconducting qubits and ions and etc. So if you are doing research on those platforms at the university, then now you need to compete with the big companies at the same platform, and that can be quite a challenge because now a research lab in a university, there are limited resources, of course, compared to the like giant companies, right? Like in terms of people, in terms of money and everything. But now what universities can do is they can explore various platforms, like not only superconducting qubits, but other platforms like small, like neutral atoms or photons. There are like companies for photons these days, but also photons and molecules and other things like silicons and etc. And we can easily investigate new ideas at the universities compared to the company, and that's what researchers at the university should concentrate.
Very interesting reflection. I mean, I work in a field that is very mature in that sense. Industry is very engaged and invest heavily, and it's important for the researcher to find their role in that context, so to say. So it's hard to compete, but it's easy to find. Okay, we do this and you do that, and together perhaps we can drive the area forward.
You find your niche.
Yeah, exactly. And finding means to collaborate as well. I'm not sure if that's possible to collaborate with the big industries in this field. So you do it together, kind of thing, or how is it done in Korea? Do you work?
Yeah, there are many groups now who are collaborating with companies to accelerate the research. Yeah, of course, there are many collaborations.
Yes, we have some question actually. Should we start with a question from the audience? We have some questions from online as well. First online, okay. I'll read it out. Could we ever use the theory of quantum mechanics to predict climate change and the upcoming pandemics? Is there any reflection on that?
Yeah, I have an answer.
Yeah?
So to predict climate change, quantum mechanics is definitely used, just in the quantum chemistry sense, because various processes in the atmosphere you need to describe on that level. So the forests emit particles, and these particles, their light absorbing properties, you have to compute with quantum mechanics. I think we have some people in the audience who might say that I'm right there. Anyway, so in that sense, but it's also for us who do quantum mechanical simulations, which I do, it would be fantastic to have a quantum computer to do that, because to solve a quantum mechanical Hamiltonian on a quantum computer is really easy compared to using a classical computer. So those are two answers on the climate change. Upcoming pandemics, maybe you want to answer.
I think there are a little bit of similarity between climate change and pandemic, in a sense that many parameters are involved in those two things, climate change and as well as pandemics. And if quantum computers are developed a little bit further, then they can process a lot of information a lot faster, then we can predict maybe climate change. We can calculate climate change or upcoming pandemics.
Thank you.
And the second, when the particle is purple, is it because we don't know if it's really blue or pink? Yeah, so it's in superposition. It's in a I'm taking your question, sorry. It's in a superposition of blue and pink, or blue or red. So it's both, or neither. And we certainly don't know which one it is, yes.
Okay.
It hasn't been decided yet, even. So it's not just that we don't know.
No.
The particle has not settled on one state. It's in a superposition.
It's hard to understand for the deterministic brain like this.
Yes,
but,
exactly.
yeah.
We can't model this on anything that we experience in our daily lives. So the only way to build an intuition is, I think, to use quantum mechanics in your job and just get used to the theory that it's works like that, and see some examples, and then you can sort of you get used to it.
Yeah.
That's what understanding is often.
I think we have time for a very quick question then, if you have one more question up there. Then we're turning it to the next.
Thank you for the presentation. And I have a question about, I think it's going very important, the computing power, the semiconductor, and the industry is very growing fast. Is it the quantum computing I know is very different from the classical computer from the ground, the bit and qubit and the special quantum algorithm. And so do you think the quantum computing is going to be some kind of breakthrough to the computing power to be used in machine learning or any industry? Yeah, this is my question.
Okay, I'll answer. Yeah, absolutely. If quantum computer is developed, well, there are certain kinds of quantum computers already, but if we have more qubits in quantum computers and more error corrections and more algorithms, and it will be a breakthrough. And there can be questions if quantum computers will be something like our personal computers that we have, like everyone has. That I'm not sure, but there will be some kind of quantum computers at certain center so that everyone can access to it, and then the quantum computer can provide faster, of course, faster operation for certain kinds of calculations, as well as some calculations that even supercomputers cannot do. So I think that's going to be a really revolution.
So you think the quantum computer can be revolution of better than the classical computer and replace all the things like machine learning things?
I need to be careful to say that it replaces classical computers, because there are certain calculations that classical computers do really well. So I think at least in near future, quantum computer and classical computer will go together. And for certain calculations, quantum computers does a lot better, so we use that. And we can also build some algorithm so that information can go back and forth between quantum computers and classical computers, so that we can have some synergy effect between the two platforms.
Thank you.
So by that, I think we should close this discussion on physics. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we're moving into the third category within sciences. And once again, perhaps going between these topics, I think this is perhaps even more thrilling. Anyway, chemistry. Chemistry relates both to physics and biology in some sense. It's the foundation of understanding how processes and change take place. What can be more thrilling than that? And this year on such a fascinating term as click chemistry. So we are fortunate enough to have two guides, Professor Sven Ledin and Professor Dongwan Lee. So please. I would like to introduce the experts here. We have Professor Sven Ledin, received PhD from Lund University in 1990, postdoctoral stays in Australia and Germany, and an assistant professorship at his alma mater, and then getting the chair of inorganic chemistry at Stockholm University in 96. Returning to University of Lund in 2010 as professor in inorganic chemistry. Sven Ledin is also a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and working for the Nobel Committee for Chemistry from 2003 to 2015 and served as its chair in 2012 to 14. So you're well into the topic of Nobel Prizes. So, Professor Sven Ledin, you're welcome to introduce the prize to us.
Thank you. So the question is, of course, what happened? Do I have a clicker? Yes. Ah, very useful. Thank you. What happened in 2022, or did it happen in 2022? Because, let's see. It was a long process. Of course, it didn't happen in 2022, although the will of Alfred Nobel states that this should be something that happened last year. This certainly has never been true. The first prize in chemistry that went to Van 't Hoff, in his Nobel lecture, he says that I will begin by discussing experiments that I did 15 years ago, but I will begin with discussing work that laid the foundation for this. Even the first prize was awarded 20, 25 years after the actual experiments were made. So with click chemistry, this has actually been around for a very long time. The term was coined around 2001 when Barry Sharpless got his first Nobel Prize. I went to a lecture of his expecting to hear something about asymmetric catalysis, but he spoke about something else. He spoke about click chemistry, and I must admit, I did not get it. I did not understand what it was all about. Well, you do a quick search today and you realize that many others did. It's humbling. Sometimes you just don't understand what it's all about. The idea of click chemistry was to have reactions that are so highly specific that only these reactions happen. To make sure that you really have this golden handshake between two reactants that are not confused by anything else that happens, but that will take place safely, quickly, repeatedly, and only give one product. This is sort of the antithesis of organic chemistry, where normally the yields are rather low and you make the synthesis in many, many steps, and you end up with an extremely small amount of the compound that you're trying to make and huge amounts of waste. And that was one of the goals that Sharpless had with the idea of click chemistry, to reduce waste. But there were many, many other positive aspects of this. So what happened then? Well, he did have one specific reaction in mind that actually works. But it took the work of someone else to take this to the next level. And here comes in the Danish chemist Morten Meldal. An interesting thing about click chemistry, it reminds me very much about how you put together IKEA furniture. And I noticed that IKEA was one of the sponsors here, so I can mention them. you notice that in the male doll bed, which actually exists, this is put together by a number of very specific joining elements. They don't fit together in any other way than once. Now, if you've tried to put together IKEA furniture, you may notice that every now and then you may make a mistake and you have to redo it, but it's pretty clear that you made the mistake. And the joining pieces fit very well in pairs. And that's the whole idea of the click chemistry, that there is high predictability for how things will go together. The third recipient was the inventor of bioorthogonal chemistry. And this is something that wasn't really planned by the first ideas of click chemistry, but we quickly became one of the most important features of click chemistry. Because the very fact that this golden handshake only works between two very specific functional groups means that you can actually introduce such a functional group to a bioactive molecule, and it will not react with anything within the cell where you introduced it until it meets the perfect mate that you have designed for it, which then can click on. And this means you can add artificial functionality that does not interfere at all with the biological functionality. And this means that you can probe a chemical reaction in a living cell. You can alter that reaction. You can change how things are coupled together without affecting anything else. And this is a huge difference to what normally happens when you tamper with the complex biochemical systems of a living cell. You all know that drugs tend to have counter effects on each other. When you get to my age and you take several medicines for several different things, you know that these tend to have effects on each other. The fantastic thing with click chemistry is you can introduce something into a living system that doesn't really affect it, except in one way, the one way that you have designed that it should affect it. So, this year's prize, which you will get a lot more specific information on by my colleague here, what does it tell us about chemistry? Well, first of all, it tells us materials chemistry is still very important, because this is materials chemistry. This is a way of making new materials. So for 2022, we have the development of click chemistry and bioorthogonal chemistry, which certainly fits into the framework of materials chemistry, for which Bertozzi, Meldal, and Sharpless are rewarded. In 2019, there was the development of lithium-ion batteries, Goodenough, Whittingham, and Yoshino. 2011, there was the discovery of quasicrystals. So lots of prizes in this area the last 10 years. On the other hand, it tells us that biochemistry is very important, because this is biochemistry. This is how we design chemical reactions that can take place in living cells. So 22, again, Bertozzi, Meldal, and Sharpless. 2020, genome editing. 2018, evolution of enzymes and phage display. 2015, DNA repair. 2012, G-coupled proteins. But then it tells us that organic synthesis is very important. 2022, 2021, 2016, 2010. So what am I trying to say? The fact is that these definitions of different realms of chemistry are very misleading. They're all intertwined, and the Nobel Prize winning chemistry that we see affects many different areas. And this is just a small part of what's going on in science, because What does it tell us about science? Well, it tells us it's doing very well. Thank you. It tells us that there is no such thing as turn-taking. It's awarding what's considered most interesting right now, and that prize-winning discoveries cannot be put into a box. They tell us something about science as a whole. And really, this is not only chemistry, but it actually goes for the entire family of Nobel Prize-winning discoveries, that physics, medicine, and chemistry, they're all working together. We see how one area enriches another, learns from another, teaches another. And we are having more and more difficulties in saying whether, well, is this medicine, or is it physics, or is it chemistry? And in reality, it's probably all of them. So just to finish with the question that I know you're all wondering about, what's going to happen in 2023? Well, we don't know. And that's the good thing about this. There is always a surprise at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ledin. Now I'm very happy to introduce Professor Dongwan Lee. Dongwan Lee is professor at the Department of Chemistry, Seoul National University, majoring in chemistry to receive degrees from the Department of Chemistry at SNU also, bachelor and master. Continued his graduate and postgraduate studies at MIT, was a tenured faculty member at Indiana University, Bloomington, before relocating his research group to SNU. He was a vice president of academic affairs of the Korean Chemical Society as well. So, very welcome to introduce the topic even further, Professor Dongwan Lee.
I don't know why, but chemistry always gets the third place. But let's get it started. Just one click away란 말이 사실은 금년 노벨상을.
So just one click away, I think that this best describes this Nobel Prize in chemistry. So this is a one-pager for a Nobel Prize, and this is quite a new for everyone. As Professor Ledin just mentioned, we'll give you more insight about why they won the click chemistry, and I talked about synthesis, and here at the bottom, using the click chemistry, what the professor did was she took it to another level. So this is a new for everyone. This is unheard of, as I mentioned. And from 1800, Google scans all the literature and looks at the frequencies of any set of search strings. And this is n-grams of Google. And if you search for click chemistry and bioorthogonal, you can see that prior to 2000, well, almost no one searched these two keywords, and this was a new for all the scientists. So chemistry is all about making compounds. And I'm sure that you know that making connections, in the process of that, you have to make sure that you do not generate any loss or waste. And you have to make sure that you create or generate a compound. And back in 1950, this was a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It was given to Diels and Alder. And this was back in 1981, and they found out that the properties of electron orbits are critical in chemical reactions, and this is 2022. And they actually came up with the idea of the click between carbon as well as nitrogen, and somebody has to work on this, and somebody has to come up with this idea. And the beginning is this: we have to travel all the way back to this very person, Mr. Huijsen, who actually came up with the idea of cycloadditions, which is an addition reaction of cyclic molecules. And this was the start of everything. When I teach chemistry, a lot of chemists use these different arrows to come up with these diagrams. So you have 3 and 2, which makes up 5, and 5 means a formation of a compound. And as you can see here, if you look at benzene, it has a 6 shape, 6-line shaped. And as you can see here, the problem is this. This is azide N3. And this is a small piece. And once you add a chain here, then this becomes very inconvenient because you have the triple bond of carbon, alkyne, as well as nitrogen. And once you bind the two, depending on their direction, then you can get 2 different compounds, of course. So this means that the property will be different. So they have 2 different properties, and that can become a quite headache for everyone. So you will need to get rid of the waste because you didn't get what you really looked for at the beginning. Then what do we need to do? Well, of course, we will need to come up with something that can trigger this. And if you're not majoring in this field, this may be a new concept to all of you. So you will need a catalyst, but however, this does not work all the same time, especially when you want to do it in your body. You have to make sure that you go over the hill, and that is called activation energy. So you will need to have a transition state of a chemical reaction along the reaction coordinate. Then how can we make sure that it goes over the hill more smoothly? And that is where catalyst plays a role. And this is what the professors, so Professor Meldal and Sharpless came up with. So they came up with this idea of copper catalyzed click. So even in room temperature, even without adding strain, they found out that they could actually catalyze the entire process and come up with a compound. However, this is from your textbook. When the transition state does not go smoothly, then what we'll need is you will need to devise a workaround for the issue. So you have carbon-carbon, and then this is mono bond. So this is like a zigzag form. And then it will become cyclic at the beginning. And you will add the triple bond formation, and usually it's linear. However, what you will do, you will place it into a ring structure, but this is quite unstable. So Professor Bertozzi came up with this idea. Okay, let's say that if I come up with a workaround idea and make sure that I promote the strain by twisting the shape of alkyne, then it will become more reactive. And that was her idea. So you have these 2 different compounds coming up, producing a product. And you will have this idea. And what is so difficult about making this? However, in the reaction process, it generates so many byproducts and it leads to so much waste. And that really requires a lot of energy and efforts. So when it comes to all the chemical compounds, you have one default condition, and then with one single catalyst, if the yield reaches almost 100%, then what a great idea. And then you have a very complex structure, but you don't need to start from scratch. So you have the bulk pieces, and then you only need to click them together. Of course, it's not as easy as it sounds. However, you have all the different underlying conditions because you tend to worry about what if it breaks down, what if it doesn't work. However, click reaction actually overcame that problem because you just need to click at the last step of the reaction process. Then let us look at this. This is what Professor Bertozzi came up with. So as you can see here, this is in the living cells, in the living organism. Then you have the outer of the cell, you have the nucleus inside, and then inside, well, we say that it's a void space. It's like a plain in Mongolia, and you have one just building on a plain. It's as easy as that, or as difficult as that. So cells are very complex, and this is not in our imagination. If you look at the cells and the living organisms, you have all the different molecules swimming inside the cells. So cells are overcrowded. Then how do we come up with chemical reaction, and how do they react? We have peptide that generates protein, and we also have oligosaccharides, and we also have polynucleotides, and all these different living organisms, they do not interfere with one another. They do not overlap. And with bioorthogonal chemistry, well, this means that the molecules will not interfere with one another. Then what we have here, we have this sugar molecule, which will be fed to the cells. And what happens? Well, when the cells are modified, are fed with modified sugar with an azide on it, it will create a new cell. And by attaching what we need to on that cell, that opens up a new era of different research. And we briefly talked about Mr. Sharpless's Nobel lecture. It's about 40-minute lecture, and this is a slide that I have for you. And when you come up to about 30 minutes, he starts talking about something else. Of course, he is a very free-minded person, so that's not new. However, somebody may think, well, maybe he foresaw that he will receive another Nobel Prize in the 21st century. Anyways, if we travel back, well, this is what he came up with in 2001. He came up with asymmetrical reaction back in 2001. So this has high selectivity, and he came up with the concept of optical isomer. But then he starts talking about searching new reactivity, and this is the job of all the chemists. And in 2001, he focused on specialty chemistry, but then in the latter half of his career, he focused on a very functional and simple chemistry. Then let's do another time travel. Back in 1989, well, this is a special year because I joined SNU back in 89. And this is Seoul as we knew back then. This is the metro map of 89. If you look at here, well, you see the red arrows. You have SNU here at the bottom. And on the top left, you see Kwanak. So you may think, oh, is that Kwanak that I know of? Why are they so far apart? And Kumjong is all the way to the left from SNU. However, now, let's come back to 2022. This is the Seoul as we know as of today. And as you can see, the map became very complicated. And if you drill in, then Kwanak became quite closer to SNU. Why? Because back in 89, in Seoul, Sadang and Kumjong were not connected by a line. So they were very far apart, and SNU and Kwanak were two vastly remote locations. However, the world has changed. You have two different spots that now are brought together. Why am I talking about this? Because science is expanding its realm. And Professor Sharpless came up with the idea of click chemistry, and that gave way to bioorthogonal chemistry and gave way to new language in chemistry. And no one knew that, no one predicted that. However, if only can we connect the different dots, then we thought before that it was two different universes. However, now we found out that they were actually one universe that could be connected together. And I hope that one of you or some of you could connect the dots and expand the realm of science and the universe. And in that sense, well, it was not just about connecting molecules, but it was about connecting different sectors or fields. And I just wanted to give that as my final message. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this descriptions. Sorry. So, some brief reflections on this prize as well then. What you touched upon, Professor Ledin, that the areas of medicine, physics, and chemistry, they're intertwined. And I start to think of application areas of these research, and I think you mentioned a little bit on that. Because the mind quite quickly goes to medicine and the complex proton-based medicines that they talk about. Is that, or what can you say about application areas of this click chemistry?
Well, as Professor Dongwon Lee said, I mean, we are getting these unexpected connections, and I think the very nature of a discovery such as this is that it's an enabling technology, and at the same time, it's fundamental science. So how do we even think about how to build molecules? And by having a different way of thinking about it gives us availability to new instruments and to new solutions. And so I would say the impact is everywhere, from material science to medicine. You can, by using the click concept, you can add functionality to a material that is supposed to be used for something completely different, and then you can add a separate functionality without altering any of the other properties of the material. And this can be these can be electronic properties, these can be mechanical properties, but they can also be antifungal properties, antibacterial properties, or something that is used in diagnostics or in therapeutics. So it's just an entirely new palette of possibilities that organic chemists have opened to us. I've heard someone describe this as organic chemistry for dummies, because it means that you can do organic synthesis without really knowing how to do organic synthesis. You just say, I want that, and I want to put them together. And actually, click chemistry can make that work.
Right, I think chemistry, well, chemists often try to draw analogy to like architecture. So if you want to build a building, sometimes you want to mass produce identical apartments in a rapid way that you can complete your job quickly and very economically. Alternatively, you want to build a single house, which almost looks impossible to build. But the building process really inspires you, and think about, wow, it's possible to build it this way, not the other way. Oftentimes, people think that certain reactions are for mass production, certain reactions are for specialty construction. Click chemistry has both components together. I think in that way, it had really an overarching impact in a way that you are not limited. Well, it's quite mundane saying that, well, you are only limited by your own imagination, but I think click chemistry really represents the concept.
Thank you. I think this could be discussed and explored for a very long time. This is super interesting, and I don't think you should be sad that you came third. You know, when you present a podium, you present the winner last. So
Thank you.
So I would like to thank you, the both of you, for explaining and contributing to this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Well done.
So by that, I welcome our, what do we call you? Yeah. Master of Ceremonies.
And with that, thank you very much, moderator Professor Viktorsson. I think we should give the moderator a huge applause as well. And before closing altogether, for a few closing words, I invite back to the stage Professor Sigbritt Karlsson, President of KTH Royal Institute of Technology.
Wow, I had the most difficult task, I think. I will not summarize what have been said, but I would like to thank all the participants for your presentation and their interesting discussions. And also thank you, audience online and here in the auditorium, for good questions. Physiology, medicine, physics and chemistry still have many unexplored questions. Any one of you who are interested in pursuing a career as a researcher, use your curiosity, creativity, and determination to explore and formulate new research questions. I would like to say something of every one of the three categories of Nobel Prize. I will not speak lengthy. So I start with physiology. The big question that all humans had asked themselves forever, I think, is where do we come from and why are we as we are? Have, through Svante Pääbo research founded, got us a little bit on the way. And I think we will see more in that area. The physics prize, quantum phenomena, quantum entangled photons, I must confess, Anna and your colleague, this is maybe the most difficult part, possibly for me, because I'm a chemist, so maybe I understand click chemistry better, but still, there is a promising future understanding quantum entanglement with application in communication, cryptography, sensors, computing. I thought I heard teleportation as well. So that would be interesting and really save the climate if we could teleport ourselves. Chemistry then, click chemistry. I know when this started to be a research question for many chemists. I remember that. And it's also really inspiring for one of the three prize winners that have, in fact, received the Nobel Prize twice. I'm not an organic chemist, but I know that the reactions usually have been targeted on avoiding waste, and now it seems there is a really good way to do it by using click chemistry to reduce the waste. And I also find it very interesting that Bertozzi have been able to use it to modify key elements with key molecules without sacrificing biofunctionality. It's really, really useful in material chemistry. We talk about circular materials, green materials, but also in application in medicine, it's important to reduce the waste. So this concludes the presentation of Nobel Prizes in Science. Thank you for now. Kamsahamnida, is it correct? Thank you very much.
So welcome back at 4 o'clock for the session on economics. And this closes the session on the science, as the professor said. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome to the session on economics. Economic sciences. My name is Anders Hector. I'm Science and Innovation Counselor at the Embassy of Sweden. I'll be your moderator for this session, and you are very welcome in this room and online. And online you can choose channel if you want English or Korean, and you can ask questions in text. And in the room, of course, you can go to nobelmemorialprogram.kr and write your question, or we can probably have some time to state it also. Before moving into the keynote speakers, I would like to invite to the floor the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Daniel Wolvén.
Thank you, Anders, and welcome to our new guests, and for those who were here for the previous symposia, welcome back. I have some prepared remarks, but I wanted to depart from those a little bit to say I started my previous introduction saying that the specific objective of these symposia is to stimulate curiosity about the Nobel Prizes, and I think the previous sessions did exactly that. We will now turn to a different subject, economics, and hear about the research on banks and financial crisis, which I think is a very apt and interesting topic for today. As any event that we organize, this would not be possible without partners, and I really want to extend my heartfelt thanks, especially here to the Korea Development Institute for partnering with us for this particular session. So with that, again, thank you so much for being here, and I really look forward to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And for this session, we have a valued partner in Korea Development Institute, and I would like to invite to the stage Jung-Kyu Lee, Senior Vice President and Senior Chief Management Officer of Korea Development Institute, KDI. Please, Mr. Lee.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I am Jung-Kyu Lee, the Vice President of KDI. It is indeed an honor and great pleasure to be co-sponsoring such a significant event as the Nobel Memorial Program together with the Sweden Embassy in Korea. I would like to, first of all, thank the host of this symposium, the Swedish Embassy, as well as the Ambassador. I'd like to take this opportunity to first extend my gratitude to the Swedish government and Ambassador Daniel Wolvén for hosting today's event. And my thanks also goes to Professor Christopher Yedring from Lund University, and also to Dr. Sung-Hyuk Lee of KDI and Professor Ki-Young Lee from POSTECH as well, who at first declined to accept the invitation. For myself, personally, I'm very much looking forward to today's session. Recently, we have been hearing a lot in the news about possible economic crisis and global economic recession. Even without the news report, we're able to feel for ourselves the sharply rising prices in our everyday lives. The interest rate is rising in tandem with inflation as well. So it is in this situation that the Nobel Prize Committee has selected 3 economists as the joint winners of this year's Nobel Prize in Economics. Their research focused on the potential for bank run to resulting from the panic in the market and a breakdown of trust and what the government should do in this situation. So the key word that runs through all of the contributions for this year's prize is bank run. And so the Nobel Committee believes that our capability to counter such a crisis has been enhanced by the contributions by the winners. So I think it is at this juncture that we can sense the deliberations of the Nobel Prize Committee over the recent global economic situation. So in this context, today's symposium is of utmost importance. We come to reflect on the significance of the Nobel Economic Prize, and so this will have important implications for responding to the challenges that may come upon the financial market going forward. I sincerely hope that today's program will serve as an opportunity for all of us to understand how to interpret the current situation and what the government should do to respond to this challenge. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for attending today's event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words. And we will see more of your colleagues in a while. So this is the third year that we're doing the Nobel Memorial Program. And all the time we have fantastic support from Swedish universities. And for the first time we have the universities here. And I'm very happy to physically welcome to the stage Dr. Lena Eskilsson, Vice Chancellor of Lund University. Please.
Thank you. Your Excellence, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen on site and online, I'm given the honor to hold this welcoming address. I'm from Lund University, and I'm not the Vice Chancellor, I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor. But I represent all three Swedish universities, Lund University, Umeå University, and the Royal Institute of Technology. And we are a large delegation coming from Sweden to Korea to celebrate science and to be a part of the Nobel Memorial Program. And as said earlier this afternoon, science are without borders, and it's important to collaborate, both within the country, and Sweden is a very small country, and across borders. One of my colleagues from Lund University, he wrote his PhD about creativity and the Nobel Prize winners. And one of his conclusions were the importance of meetings and the importance of meeting places to foster new ideas and to foster creativity. So I'm so glad that we could finally meet here in person. And as we talked about yesterday, during the interesting sessions yesterday, when people meet, things happen. So a big thank you to Seoul National University for hosting us today, and a big thank you to Korea Development Institute. And it has been such an interesting program and sessions this afternoon. But being a social scientist myself, I'm especially looking forward to this session, the economics session. So let the show begin. Thank you.
Yes, let the show begin. And the show will continue with two keynote speakers and an additional panelist. And the keynote speakers will talk for about 20 minutes. And the first keynote speaker is Professor Christopher Edling. He received his PhD from Stockholm University in 1999. And before coming to Lund in 2012, he had positions at Stockholm University, Uppsala, and Jacobs University. His research applies network analysis to various social phenomena, drawing mainly on survey and register data. He serves on the board of the Wallenberg AI Autonomous Systems and Software Program, Humanity and Society, and he is a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and a member of the prize committee for the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel. translating to that's the committee where they discuss and agree on who should be awarded the prize in the economic sciences. I'm very happy to welcome you to stage, Christopher, please, for your presentation.
Yeah, so you already got the introduction, so I will jump right into it. This talk is based completely on the scientific background for this year's prize, which is a document that you will find at the address listed here, nobelprize.org. I recommend this document, particularly for students who are interested in the topic. It's a thorough sort of review of the area with lots and lots of very useful references in the end. So I will do a very sort of straightforward presentation of this year's prize. I'll say a little bit about the prize committee and the committee work. I will introduce the laureates and then go through the three sort of contributions that make up the motivation for the prize. As you probably know, when Alfred Nobel wrote his will in 1895, economics was not one of the 5 prizes that he came up with. He wanted to have prizes in chemistry, physics, physiology, literature, and peace, which we still have. So the prize in economic sciences is not a Nobel Prize, but it is a prize in honor of Alfred Nobel. It was established in 1968 to commemorate the 300-year anniversary of the Bank of Sweden, Sveriges Riksbank. As you said, Anders, the full prize, the name of the prize is Sveriges Riksbank's Prize in Economic Sciences in honor of Alfred Nobel. It's particularly important to keep this in mind when you talk with the sciences, for instance. So we don't want to mix up honorary prizes with real Nobel prizes. However, in all practical regards, the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences handles the prize in exactly the same way as it does for the prizes in chemistry and physics. Nominations, selection processes, and the presentation of the prize is very similar. What I would like to highlight is that it is a prize in economic sciences. So this is economics broadly defined. And also, according to the statutes, it is a prize to reward contributions that have conferred the greatest benefit to mankind, just as Nobel stated in his will. It is given strictly for the contributions. It is not a policy or lifetime award. The prize committee is selected by the class of social sciences at the Royal Academy of Sciences. The majority of these 10 to 11 members are economists, but a couple of us are not. I'm one of them, so I'm trained in sociology and I am a sociologist. And this is to have representation from sort of neighboring disciplines. Every year, the Academy invites a large number of scholars to nominate candidates for the prize. These nominations are screened by the prize committee, and the committee then asks international experts to assess the specific candidates and the specific contributions. And this process generates quite a large number of reports, and much of the prize committee work constitutes reading through these reports and trying to come to some sort of conclusion. At the start of the year, we start out with maybe 10 to 12 suggestions for this year's prize, and that is then reduced over the fall and spring and summer. And in September, a final suggestion is made to the class and to the Academy alongside a report. The Academy decides in October, and the prize is awarded in Stockholm on December 10. So we're still looking forward to this year's celebration. It's important to also keep in mind that the committee work on a prize suggestion for many, many years. So it's not only the fact that we reward contributions that are done years ago, but the prize work in itself is also runs over several years. I don't think that there are any researchers that ever had their work scrutinized in such a way as the laureates for the Nobel Prizes and for the Economics Prize. This is probably the most rigorous peer review process that we have in the world. So, the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in honor of Alfred Nobel for 2022 rewards research on the role of banks in the economy and particularly during financial crises. The prize motivation is for research on banks and financial crises. It's awarded to Ben Bernanke, born in 1953, a PhD in 1979 from MIT. He is now a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. Douglas W. Diamond, born also in 1953 with a PhD from Yale from 1980. He's a professor of finance at the University of Chicago. And Philip Dybwig, born in 1955, but with a PhD from Yale from 1979. He's a professor of banking and finance at Washington University, St. Louis. As you see, these three laureates are almost exactly the same age. They received their PhD at almost exactly the same point in time, and they made their prize-winning contributions at almost exactly the same point in time. And that point in time is roughly 40 years ago. And interestingly enough, the chunk of the work that they are rewarded for was done when they were PhD students. So the research originated in the early 1980s, motivated by the experiences of the banking sector during the Great Depression in the 1930s, which we know as the deepest and longest economic downturn in recorded history. It began in the US, but it became global. The committee argues that the research has significantly advanced our understanding on the role of banks, the role that banks play in the economy, particularly during crisis. And that this research shows why it is important not to let banks go under or collapse. Diamond and Dybwig developed theoretical models on the role of banks. Ben Bernanke addressed the role of bank failure in empirical studies of the Great Depression. So this year's prize is interesting because we all have a sort of relationship to banks in one way or another. We place our regular income in a bank account and we use banks' means of payments, maybe mobile banking apps or banking cards when we shop at supermarkets or pay restaurant bills. At some point in time, many of us also take out a fairly large loan in the bank to buy a house, for instance. The same applies to companies. They need to be able to take out loans to make new investments, finance investments. And in most cases, this is done through a bank or a bank-like institution, maybe we should say. But we take for granted that these services function as they should, perhaps with the exception of brief technological hiccups when the net connection goes down for a while. Or the computer loses its current. But sometimes the bank system or parts of the system fail and a financial crisis arises. And important banks collapse. Borrowing becomes more expensive or impossible even. Prices plunge for property and other assets. And if this progression isn't stopped, the entire economy can enter a downward spiral of rapidly increasing unemployment and bankruptcies. And some of the biggest economic collapses in history have been financial crises. Now, the three laureates' contributions are published, nicely enough in 3 different papers. And these papers provide complementary insights, which we claim have long-lasting impact on research and on policy. In a paper from 1983, Diamond and Dybwig developed a theoretical model explaining how banks create liquidity for savers while at the same time borrowers can access long-term financing. This is a simple model, but it captures central mechanisms of how and why banking works. They also showed how this system is inherently vulnerable to bank runs and consequently why we need a system that regulates banks. In 1984, Diamond published a paper on the conditions for banks to take on the task of monitoring the borrowers in order to ensure that the borrowers honor their commitments to the bank. Moreover, he showed in that paper that if a bank fails, the capacity to monitor is difficult to rebuild, and it takes time to rebuild and replace. And lastly, firstly, but not lastly actually, Bernanke's paper from '83 demonstrate how failing banks played a decisive role in the Great Depression. This is the worst economic crisis that we have on record. And Bernanke's work show us why the banking system, why the downturn of the banking system made this such a long-lasting and deep depression. Together, these findings, as I said, they reinforce each other. They offer insights on the beneficial roles that banks play. They explain why banks are vulnerable and how that vulnerability can lead to devastating crises. And this work has proven very important for policymakers. Actions taken today by central banks and financial regulators around the world confronted two major crises, the Great Recession of 2008 and the COVID-19 pandemic. All show traits of action taken by banks, central banks, that are motivated by this work. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more of each of these paper now. It's said actually that this paper originated when Diamond and Dybvig were PhD students at the same time, and they had the same supervisor, and the supervisor didn't have office hours, so he expected the students to wait outside of his office until there was time to be received. And they would sit outside munching on cookies and discussing problems that they would like to work on together. And so the idea for this paper is said to have come up during that conversation. They wrote it after they had their PhDs, but they have been colleagues since graduate school and still are. To understand why a banking crisis can have such enormous consequences, we need to know what banks actually do, and this is what Diamond and Dybvig are trying to answer. Banks receive money from people making deposits, and they channel it to borrowers. There are fundamental conflict between the needs of savers and investors, and this intermediation is therefore not a simple mechanical transfer. Someone who takes out a loan to finance a home or a long-term investment must know that the lender will not suddenly demand their money back. And on the other hand, a saver wants to have at least some of their savings instantly available for unexpected outlays. So Diamond and Dybvig explain how banks naturally arise as intermediaries to provide this solution. The bank offers accounts where households can deposit their money. The bank then lends the money to long-term projects. And depositors can withdraw their money when they want it without losing as much as if they had made a direct investment and terminated a project early. So these higher returns are financed by households that save for longer and thus give up some of their long-term returns compared to if they made a direct investment. So this is why we receive a lower rent for our deposits than we pay for our loans. So Diamond and Dybvig show that this process is how banks create liquidity. They create money in the process. The money is in the depositors' accounts, and this is a liability for the bank, while the bank's assets consists of loans to long-term projects. The bank assets have a long maturity because it promises borrowers that they will not need to pay back their loans early. On the other hand, the bank's liabilities have a short maturity because depositors can access their money whenever they want. So the bank is an intermediary that transforms assets with long maturity into bank accounts with short maturity. And this is known as maturity transformation, and it's one of the central contributions in this year's prize. And it's easy to see why this is valuable to society. But they also argue in this paper that the business model makes banks fragile and subject to self-fulfilling bank runs. The problem arises from the fact that if the bank had to liquidate all long-term investments early, there would not be enough funds to cover all the deposits. If a depositor believes that the other depositor will withdraw their funds from the bank and thereby force the bank to liquidate long-term investments prematurely, she will also run to withdraw her deposits from the bank before the bank run out of funds. So what the model claims is that you have two equilibria. You have a good equilibria where this maturity transformation works the way it should be, but you also have a bad equilibria where people run to the bank, take out all the money, the bank run out of funds. First they claim back all the money from the borrowers, and then they run out of funding. So we need to somehow stay out of the bad equilibrium, and this is where regulation comes into play. Even fundamentally healthy banks can get into trouble from this model. So you don't have to be a bad bank in any case to be vulnerable in this respect. So bank runs the risk of bank runs is widespread. And therefore we see policies such as insurance deposits and lender of last resort mechanisms in almost every countries nowadays. Diamond is the author of the second paper that is rewarded in this year's prize. This paper is actually a chapter from his PhD thesis originally. So this is PhD work, which is also interesting when you consider a long career, someone who's been in the field for 40 years and is now rewarded for something he did as a PhD student. It's kind of good news, I think, for students. And also an invitation to stay agile also as a student. This might be the best times, the most productive years of your life. Anyway, so Diamond claims that in reality most investments are risky, and the return on investment depends on factors such as general uncertainty and how well the borrower has done their job. Now, a borrower could try to avoid paying back a debt by claiming that an investment failed due to bad luck, for instance. And to prevent this, it has to be costly for a borrower to go bankrupt. However, even borrowers who have done their jobs well and not wasted any money can sometimes go bankrupt. And this creates unnecessary costs to society. Now, Diamond's analysis on the conditions necessary for banks to take on the task of monitoring borrowers. So this is the problem. How do you monitor the borrowers and make sure that they honor their commitments? Without the bank, if we didn't have the bank, this type of monitoring would be very, very difficult and very costly for me as a depositor. All the individuals who have made a direct or indirect investment in a project cannot really handle the monitoring by themselves. Instead, the monitoring is then delegated to a bank. And a bank can reduce the monitoring cost by using expertise in evaluating and monitoring borrowers, and by pooling funds from many savers and diversifying across borrowers. And this enables households' savings to be channeled to productive investment for a lower cost. But if the bank is monitoring the borrowers, then who is monitoring the banks? Diamond asks. And he concludes that the way in which banks are organized means that they do not really need to be monitored by the depositors. A bank risks large losses if the bank cuts corners on monitoring borrowers. It would be unable to repay what it's promised its depositors and therefore collapse. And it is therefore in the bank's own interest to monitor its borrowers without the depositors' need to monitor the bank. So it's interesting to note that monitoring requires knowledge that disappear when a bank fails. So this whole delegated monitoring mechanism is really a sort of a knowledge base. And this knowledge takes time to build and to recreate. So if a bank fail at the same time as they did during the Depression, many banks fail at the same time, the cost of credit intermediation increased dramatically and much of the economy just stops functioning. So the consequences of bank failures are not only very negative, but because of this delegated monitoring mechanism, they are also long-term because it takes such a long time to rebuild the capacity to monitor borrowers. So Bernanke's study on the role of banks in the 1930s is really empirical work that adds to the or shed light on the theoretical work of Diamond and Digwig. So he shows that when banks failed in large numbers, existing bank relationships were destroyed, and it took a long time to rebuild new relationships. And the result was, as the models would predict, the severe credit crunch, primarily affecting households, farms, and businesses. And this deepened and prolonged the Great Depression. So Bernanke provides empirical evidence that financial intermediaries perform a valuable service by channeling savings to productive investment. And by disrupting these services, the banking panics in the early 30s generated such a long and deep recession at the time. So Bernanke's works provide evidence that supports the contribution of Diamond and Dybvig. Specifically, Bernanke showed that bank runs can lead to financial crisis as modeled in the Diamond and Dybvig model. And this in turn leads to prolonged periods of disruption of credit intermediation that is consistent with bank failures, destroying the valuable screening and monitoring services that banks perform, as in Diamond's theory of delegated monitoring. So the research by Bernanke, Diamond, and Dybvig gave rise to the modern theory of banking, which today forms one of the pillars of economics and finance. The work that has followed provides a framework that guides regulation. So I don't think we can say that they tell us how to do it, but they tell us what the important factors are that one needs to look at as a regulator, as a policymaker. The emphasis on microeconomic foundations has made the theory applicable to many different types of financial intermediaries, which is also important. And it helps researchers analyze the consequences of the evolving financial landscape. Now, the Great Recession in 2008, the problem there was primarily the so-called shadow banks that were not regulated as banks. So it seems that regulations is always one or two steps behind. But the theory still applies to those institutions, even though they are not formally known as banks, but they serve the same function in the financial landscape. So changes in technology and regulation lead to new types of institutions that enter financial markets. These institutions compete with traditional banks, and they even replace traditional banks. And new actors still perform the same fundamental functions, and they are subject to the same underlying fragilities. So therefore, financial regulation must also evolve, and this research is used to evaluate the various policy tools that are possible at preventing and combating economic crisis. Now, policy intervention such as deposit insurances do not only come with benefits, there are also potentially significant costs. Many have observed that excessive protection of banks can lead to moral hazards, and it may contribute to growing inequality. But also in such debates, the theoretical frameworks that are rewarded in this year's prize help policymakers by highlighting relevant economic mechanisms and trade-offs that need to be considered when designing financial policy. So, for research on banks and financial crisis, I give you the Prize of Economic Sciences 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. That was very interesting. I'll invite you later back to the stage. But first, now I would like to invite the next keynote speaker, that is Sungyup Lee, fellow at the Department of Industry and Market Policies at Korea Development Institute. Please come to the stage, and you can choose if you want to make your presentation from the pulpit or from sitting down. The pulpit, okay. I'll say a few more words about you in the meantime. Dr. Lee is a research fellow at KDI. His research area include asset pricing, capital market, risks management in the financial sector, and the interaction between financial markets and corporate investments, with a particular focus on the role of real and institutional frictions. Recently, he also performs policy research on the digital transformation of financial markets. Dr. Lee received a PhD in business economics from Harvard in 2018 and holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Princeton University. Before joining KDI in 2021, he worked as a financial economist at Cornerstone Research. A most welcome, Dr. Lee.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 KDI 이승엽입니다.
Hello, I'm Isingya from KDI. So, the winners of this year's Nobel Economic Prize, we need to really reflect on their contributions. And I am extremely grateful for this opportunity to dwell on that topic. And to Ambassador of Sweden, Mr. Daniel Volven, and others, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for inviting me here today. In the case of this year's prize, the financial institutions, their role, and also when these financial institutions fail, what kind of financial crisis can happen and the consequences to the economy. So, to talk about this, we need to talk about the role of the financial institutions as financial intermediaries. So here, financial institutions refer to the entities in the financial market. So we have capital, and this capital will be conveyed from those who have the resources to those who are in need, and information is produced in the process so that it can be efficiently allocated, and among those who have the resources, risk will be allocated in an even manner so as to maximize the investment returns. I think therein lies the role of the financial institutions. If you look back at the history of financial industry, so various financial contracts to achieve these ends were developed, and these new financial techniques, in order to implement them well, how these financial institutions were organized and how they evolved is what forms the financial history. So here, among the financial system, the bank is the most important. I think nobody would disagree with that. If that is the case, then we take it granted for the fact that banks exist, but they weren't there from the very beginning. So what kind of benefits did banks offer so that they evolved to this very day? And also, we're continuously talking about the financial crisis, and at the core of financial crisis lies banking systems as well. But the financial crisis, they're manifested mainly through the banking system. And if it has a large impact on the overall economy, then through the banks, these various financial contracts are implemented. Deposit is the most representative case. What kind of vulnerabilities is there so that these consequences, negative consequences, can take place? And finally, the banking system, when it fails and when it leads to a collapse of the financial system, it would have negative consequences for the entire economy, and that is a well-known fact. But what process would lead to that consequence? So those are my 4 questions. The Nobel Prize winners, their contribution can be categorized into the following 2. First is that the various economic phenomena, I'm talking about the economic prize, right? So in order to understand these various economic phenomena, if a framework has been provided, then that's counted as an important contribution. And also in understanding the world, there are many theoretical and empirical evidences, and methodology is required for that, and a contribution can be done in the methodology area. So I believe for this year, the contribution is in the former. So Diamond, Divik, and Bernanke, they have provided a framework to understand the role of financial intermediaries, the nature of financial crisis, and the consequence of financial crisis on the real economy. They have provided a canonical framework to understand all of these. So these 3 winners, we will look into the contributions by each. So the first paper was written in 1983 by Professor Diamond and Divik. And so in the bank, the financial contracts, for instance, if we place a deposit, there's a deposit contract. What kind of characteristic does this contract have? So many people would deposit their money in the banks, and they're not well aware of when they will be needing this money in the short term. So some people will be in need of short-term need, and some people might have need in the long term. And so these risks are pulled together and it is distributed. This kind of mechanism is provided by the banks. That is at the core of the paper written by Diamond and Divik. Through this mechanism, an uncertain liquidity need, despite that need, socially in a very effective way, investment can be made. However, according to their model, efficient capital investment, there is good equilibriums that allow for this, and there's also bad equilibriums for this, and that is the bank run. So this bank run phenomenon is something that I will revisit through 3 concrete examples later on in my presentation. So at the core of bank runs, if, in fact, nobody withdraws their deposit, then despite the fact that the banking institutions are solvent, because of this self-fulfilling prophecy, people rush to the banks in order to withdraw their funds because they want to be there first, because others will be there as well. And so everybody will run to the bank, and the long-term investments that have been implemented, the bank will be all invalidated, and so great inefficiencies will take place. Then secondly, in 1984, there was a paper by Mr. Diamond. So this is about the role of and the function of banks. They are delegated monitors. But before that, to companies with good projects, they will be screening these companies to allocate money to that project. But this is something that investors cannot do themselves, and so they're delegating this role to the banks. And then who will be monitoring the banks? That is an issue that might arise. But in the case of Mr. Diamond's paper in 1984, according to that paper, this kind of agency issues, I have entrusted money to the bank to make efficient investment. There is a possibility of the bank not doing that. And so this agency issue, and the investment decision is not related to that agency issue. And so the model show that the agency problems at the level of intermediary will be low to the extent that the intermediary invests in diversified set of investments. So the bank is so it produces information about the possible investments, and so this is the most efficient form of information production. And afterwards, this evolved. Mr. Diamond, with Rajan in 2001, wrote a paper on how the deposit can be used in other ways. So if the banks are not taking care of these agency issues well, then by withdrawing their deposits, the deposit holders can punish the banks, and so they try to interpret deposits as a disciplinary device. And also there are indirect and both direct investments that can be made. So we can buy securities in the securities market, for instance, or we can also buy debt in the bond market as well. The characteristics of the company and what kind of reputation that company has would determine how these bonds are sold. So there's the direct financing market and the indirect financing market, how they are organized, and how the banks raise their funds was also allowed to be understood by these papers. And the very starting point was provided by the paper that was written by Professor Diamond in 1984, which allowed him to win the Nobel Prize this year. So dispersion of risk and the production of information, these two functions is very important for the bank. If that fails, what happens? So in the case of Mr. Bernanke, in his 1983 paper, it analyzes the data from the Great Depression. And if the banking system fails, it will have protracted and very serious consequences for the real economy. That was empirically demonstrated. So this was written in 1983. Up until the 1970s, the economists viewed the world from a very broad framework. There's a real economy, and the financial world is like a sideshow to the real economy. It just reflects the real economy. But it was proven that that was not the case. So the financial world will be interacting with the real economy, and the very grave consequences can generate if one fails. And research on this topic started to come out in earnest in 1980s, and at the very starting point was this paper by Mr. Bernanke. So we talked about the bank runs at the start of this presentation. Do we still have bank runs as we have had in the past? Just because you're nervous, do we run to the banks and withdraw our deposits? Yes, they do exist nowadays, as well, as we will see later. However, the form has become different. In the case of Diamond-Dybvig model, there is it can be seen as a failure of consultation. I don't do it and you don't do it, and there's a good social result. But if you do it, I'm going to do it, and everybody runs to the bank, then that will lead to failure of social negotiation or consultation, and that will lead to a bank run. So from that perspective, bank run is simply purely a liquidity problem. However, the world nowadays does not function in exactly that manner only. So bank runs, in fact, investors or deposit holders running to the banks, rather than them trying to withdraw their money from the bank runs would not happen because of that. Liquidity issues or lack of solvency of the bank will lead to bank runs in the modern world. So in order to narrow those gap, there were follow-up research undertaken. And so if you look at the literature, the assets that are held by the banks, the asset quality, or others, if there is uncertainty about the asset quality of the banks and the investors do not know about that, the equilibrium can be a bad equilibrium and can lead to a bank run. So it's not about bank runs being inevitable, but when the trust of the investors of the bank collapsed, then bank runs will take place. In other words, the bank's soundness, if the concerns of the market over the solvency of the bank, when these concerns grow, and at a certain point, if it reaches beyond that point, then bank runs may take place. So I'm going to give you some examples. As you are probably well aware, in 2011, this was the mutual savings banks crisis in Korea. So mutual savings banks, the MSBs, they appeared and has grown phenomenally after the 2000s. So after the IMF, after we liberalized the financial market, because we needed to provide business models for different sectors of the economy. A lot of deregulation took place, and so PF lending was allowed, and there was a lot of investment that went into the property market. The problem is, in 2008, after the global financial crisis broke out, much of these loans and money became insolvent. So in early 2011, out of 7 trillion PF loans, 3.4 trillion was considered as non-performing. Despite that, however, these MSBs, because of the sudden deregulation, they did not have the necessary compliance system in place. And through window dressing of their accounting, they were concealing these non-performing assets. But in 2011, the financial regulator, the FSC in Korea, deemed that the problem was too serious, and they ordered one MSB to suspend their business. And so this led to greater level of concerns in the market. And two more mutual savings banks were ordered to suspend business in February 2011. And then suddenly people came to realize that this was not a problem confined to a single savings bank alone. It was a structural problem. This was recognized by the investors. And so those people who had deposited their money in the savings bank, they all ran to the banks and rushed to withdraw their money. So a lot of things happen, interesting things happen. So bank runs can happen for those banks that had a lot of non-performing loans. But even those solvent savings banks experience bank runs. And this is because the market's concern or suspicion level of the assets that were held by these banks had gone up and exceeded a certain point. So these two photos are about the bank run incidences that took place in Korea. And another photo is about a financial institution which was solvent, but because of the market suspicions, there was a bank run on this bank. And so in order to prevent the deposit holders from rushing to withdraw their funds, people stood in front of banks trying to stop them from withdrawing their funds. So as we have noted in the previous presentation, bank run. To prevent bank runs, there are three ways. First is the prudential standards, the capital adequacy ratio, and secondly, central banks working as a lender of last resort, and thirdly, deposit insurance. In the case of the mutual savings bank, compared to commercial banks, they had much less strict prudential standards, and at the time, the savings banks did not have access to liquidity support from the central banks. And thirdly, there is the deposit insurance. It was there. It was already in place back then, but because this was the first of such crisis in Korea, because there was lack of trust about these savings banks back then, despite the fact that deposit insurance existed, bank runs had taken place. So what should be done in the event of a bank run? So at the time, the regulators suspended people from withdrawing their money. So this was a signal sent to the market that if you're going to do a bank run, this is going to be suspended. And that meant that people who really needed money back then could not withdraw their funds. So this was quite excessive. If this was indeed a liquidity crisis, then it should have been the case where the government provided liquidity. However, this was not the case. There were actually insolvent banks. But then other banks who were not, insolvent. So in those cases, these banks had to promote themselves. How they were not insolvent, they needed to provide more information that was required by the law in order to regain and maintain the trust of the market. And secondly, the Asian financial crisis that took place in 1997. Already so many people had talked about this, but at the time, because of this outcome, the banking system of Korea, we had a chance to look into the fundamental issues or problems that our banking system had. So a lot of banks were reliant on the short-term capital inflow from overseas. A lot of banks from the advanced countries had borrowed short-term capital, and then they had lent these monies in the form of long-term borrowings to Southeast Asian countries. And so with regards to risk of maturity transformation, there was very low understanding and awareness in the market at the time. And because of the sudden liberalization of the financial market at the time, there was a lot of capital inflow coming into the Korean market. And so there was a lot of liquidity abounding. And so as has been seen in the Diamond's paper, the banks despite the fact that they should have served a very prudential role as agents, that was not actually what had happened. As you can see on the table on the bottom, the short-term debts compared to long-term debts was not that much. However, if you look at the banking sector alone, most the short-term debts they exceeded the long-term debts, and also the banks' short-term debts actually compose most of the total short-term debts of the country. So in this situation, the market, with regards to the Korean economy, when the investors demanded repayment, when they had suspicions about this ability to repay, what should we do? So this is an international market, so there is no deposit insurance. We cannot suspend the withdrawal, and there is no lender of last resort. Of course, IMF intervened to serve as the lender of last resort, but unlike a central bank, they cannot provide liquidity in an unlimited fashion. And so when a small amount of liquidity was provided into the market, then there were foreign capital who rushed to take this money, and so there were side effects actually created by the IMF in liquidity. And so what should have been done? We should have regained the trust of the market. We should have paid very high interest rates. So in the private market, when there is a bank run, the banks can say that we can provide very high interest, so don't do a bank run. But can the banks really persuade the deposit holders that this will be the case? But it's not really successful. If I don't withdraw my money, then others will go and rush to withdraw their money, and that I will be left without my money. That's the kind of thinking that people would have at the time. So people would not be persuaded by these kind of efforts on the part of bank. So the IMF program failed because of this very reason. What was effective then? In the case of short-term debt, the debt was rescheduled. It was not much different from a moratorium, but this was quite successful because IMF, US, and the Korean government in the early part of 1998, this was successfully carried out. And so in the market, the international community, especially the IMF and the government measures, the international markets regained their trust in the measures that were taken by the IMF and the government. And so they no longer saw the need to demand repayment of their debt. According to the model by Diamond Living, in the case of the suspension of convertibility, how many people need short-term liquidity, and how many people don't have this need for short-term liquidity? So suspension of convertibility only works when we know which people have such needs. However, but how many percent need short-term liquidity? How many percent of people don't need this liquidity? Something that could not be really assessed. However, there were a lot of small institutions that lent money to us, and we were able to adjust the debt in a very successful manner.
Look at the financial crisis. Because Korea's economic fundamentals were weak, some people say that the sudden reversal of capital flows takes place because we had weak fundamentals. And other people say that it was just reaction of a nervous market, just a occurrence of bank run. And both are valid assumptions. When in the beginning stages of the panic, there was a lot of concern about the weak fundamentals about Korea's economy. And later on, when the bank runs actually set on, the development of the crisis did follow the course of bank runs in the financial panic hypothesis. So in this situation, to maintain the desirable equilibrium, there are a lot of solvency and prudential measures that are taken. However, if we are already at the stage of undesirable equilibrium, it could actually have a negative impact on the situation, and that was a lesson that we learned from the IMF bailout. This is because when we were first getting the bailout, we were already in the stage of undesirable equilibrium. And so the market had to recover its credibility and trust. So the non-performing institutions had to be closed down. But if we were at a good equilibrium, this could have provided more trust to the market and helped us maintain our status at the good equilibrium. However, if we're already in the negative equilibrium, the banking system can become very insolvent and have a more negative impact across the economy. So insolvency of the banking system means that the banking functions do not work. In particular, the developing economies back at that time, which included Korea, didn't have a very well-developed capital market, so they had to rely very much on banking systems. And if they are heavily depending on banking systems, then this could lead to even more severe consequences. And lastly, I'd like to share briefly about the global financial crisis. If banks collapse, why is this particularly more important and significant than other financial institutions collapsing? This was the most important part of this year's Nobel Prize in Economics, because the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, everyone understands that it was because of the insolvency of subprime loans. But the losses of the subprime losses were in the early stages around 250 billion, but they later raised and increased to about $1 trillion. Now, this sounds like a very massive amount, but compared to the IT internet bubble that in the early 2000s, when the bubble bursts in the stock market, the money that was lost on the stock market amounted to $5 trillion in tech companies alone. However, the IT bubble bursting only went through a brief recession, and then the economy bounced back. But the global financial crisis had much deeper and long-lasting impacts across the global economy. This is because of the following. The internet bubble, this internet bubble bursting did affect the wealth of the households. However, at the same time, the bank's financial intermediary role had not been impacted, and most household debt is borrowing not against shares, but they're borrowing mostly against their home equity. And the property market at that time had not been impacted very much. So the bank's financial intermediating role was intact. And so even though there was a large impact on the capital market, it did not lead to a long-lasting financial crisis. In contrast, the global financial crisis of 2008-2009 had larger and longer reverberations because the banking system had been impacted. Now, in the financial system collapse, why were the banks most significantly impacted? Before the global financial crisis, the shadow banking had played a certain role. If we look at the diagram at the top, in the past, households would save their money in banks and banks would invest that money. And so banks would serve the role of supervision and management, and households would be able to diversify and distribute their risk. So this would be the optimal allocation of resources. But in shadow banking, more households would not directly save their money in banks in form of deposit. They would actually be investing in short-term investments such as money market funds. And these money market funds and other non-intermediary institutions would lend out the money. So the banks and the institutions would be relying not on deposits, but mostly on a third party. And this is what we call the shadow banking sector. The problem here is banks and households have the safety net of the deposit insurance, which prevents bank runs. However, short-term investments that go through households to shadow banking institutions do not have a safety net that is in the form of deposit insurance. Then short-term investment in the shadow banking institutions had increased because households were looking for higher yields, and they were seeking higher yields because demand deposits have very low interest rates. So there are very low returns on deposits. And households were seeking for higher returns and higher yields in the short-term investment market. And on an international scale, some regions are focused more on producing more and saving, while the US markets are focused more on consumption. In the past, Korean investors were not able to deposit their money in American banks. However, they were at that time able to invest through short-term investment vehicles, which would in turn issue securities to American banks and provide the funding. So an international funding and financing was possible. So the outcome of the situation was, according to Diamond's research, the delegated monitoring role is very important. But the fact was the banks were not able to play that role anymore. So the bank's assets had become insolvent. And second of all, there had been preventive measures and institutions to avoid a bank-run equilibrium for deposits, but there was nothing for such runs in the shadow banking sector. Next, in the financial market, in particular, subprime mortgage vehicles were becoming insolvent in July of 2007. And if you see on the chart on the left, the securities that were based on those mortgages, their prices are plummeting, and the price plummet of the shares led to the financing stress on the financial institutions. All of the funds were disappearing. So mortgage-backed securities and vehicles had lost their trust in the market. And these short-term vehicles cannot be rolled over. They suddenly disappeared from the market, and collateral and guarantees that had been provided by most of the banks, they had to bring it onto their balance sheets. And banks would need short-term funds, and they would have to go to the market to obtain short-term funds, but that was becoming a problem. People didn't believe that this was a structural issue because the losses were not as large as everyone was concerned about in the subprime mortgage market. They were thinking that this was just a liquidity issue and the central banks could play the role of the lender of last resort to solve this. But in September 2008, Lehman Brothers collapsed. And this was no longer just a liquidity problem for banks. It was more of a credit risk problem. And this perception began spreading across the market. And in the short-term financing market, the most important product was, of course, the commercial paper, the CPs. So this is a very short-term fund vehicle. These short-term funds were not being rolled over and they were disappearing from the market. And the financial institutions, the institutional investors began buying US government debt. Now, the other way around, so I was up to now explaining the banks and the financial institutions that were providing short-term funds, but the financial institutions that were operating MMFs were going to incur losses, and the market was beginning to understand that, so the households began withdrawing their money. So as you can see in the chart, right after Lehman's bankruptcy, one MMF was incurring losses, and the principal would not be guaranteed, and so the market began losing money, and this was another large-scale run. So this ended up as the U.S. Treasury providing guarantee to the market participants to put an end to this spiraling situation. So in other words, the problems in the shadow banking sector. So the issue in the shadow banking sector is that the flow of money, which had been guaranteed through the lender of last resort by the central bank and the deposit insurance, all of these measures had become futile, and the central bank had to jump in to have us to pull us out of this global financial crisis. So in the past, the Federal Reserve Board had bailed out a lot of banks. And how can we justify this? How much is this justified? When the financial system and especially the banking system collapses, the large financial institutions that provides, it's mostly the small companies and the bank-dependent players are much more impacted. So to limit the impact on those small players, the Fed had to intervene. So there are many different tools to help the market overcome these crises. And so the financial systems and the banks have been researched, and their achievements and contribution had led to their winning the Nobel Prize in Economics this year. And a lot of research is also taking place on the basis of that research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I invite you to have a seat, and I'll also invite Professor Edling to the stage. And I'll also invite a panelist to join us, Kei-Young Ri, Assistant Professor, Division of Humanities and Social Sciences, Boeing University of Science and Technology. Please join us over there, and Professor Edling here. Have a seat. Now, this was very interesting and extensive, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, but the problem is that you were answering all my questions.
Okay.
So how can I have a discussion if there are no questions left? Maybe I'll start with you.
You mean me or him?
You,
Okay.
Lee. So I would like to hear your reflections. Now you heard two presentations here quite differently, and I know you're working with efficiency in the capital system. And what is your immediate reflection that you're making from what you just heard?
So if allowed, just may I speak in Korean?
Sure.
Okay. 이번 노벨상 같은 경우
In the case of this year's Nobel Prize, I think it has implications for the recent situation. In 2020, we had the COVID-19, and then there is the deterioration of the economic situation afterwards. And so its implications for the real world is really very strong. The financial market, in terms of the real economy, it does not only provide a nominal distribution channels for the funding, but it can have immense impact on the real economy. So maintaining the stability of the financial system would have an immense influence on the long-term sustainable development of the real economy. And so, yes, I think that this year's Nobel Prize winners' contributions have implications for the recent situation. Recently, we have experienced a lot of recessions in the real economy because of the failures in the financial system. So why does financial institutions or systems fail, and what should we do if that happens? I think this study provided very strong implications.
Because it often has very practical implications, or the awards seem to be because they have had very practical implications. Now, these awards were based on papers written in the 80s. about bank runs. But we still have bank runs. We just heard a presentation that they were taking place in 2011 in Korea, a modern society. I have some vague memory of it taking place in Sweden when I was a child in the 70s as well. People running to the bank. I'm not sure.
Only
Maybe,
80s too.
Maybe it was on other countries.
Only
Sorry.
80s too. Scandinavian
In the
crisis.
80s, yeah. So why? So if we knew it, if this groundbreaking paper came in the 80s, why is it still happening?
여전히 금융 시스템에 대해서
Yeah. So stability, there are always concerns about the stability and reliability of the financial system. That is a reason. In particular, financial stability is doubted because the investors who invest their money, from their perspective, I am giving my money to a borrower or to an intermediary, and whether they are doing the due diligence and being very earnest in terms of their investments and management of the money, the credit worthiness is an issue. If there is just one thing that goes wrong in terms of the credit worthiness, then the credit worthiness can collapse. And that is the nature of credit worthiness. So no matter how systems become advanced, if there is a weakness or a vulnerability and investors have some distrust about that, then this can lead to a large collapse. This might lead to doubt about the entire system, and that was what was analyzed by the winners of this year, that this become a systemic issue.
Can I ask you the same question? Why is this still happening?
Yeah, I mean, for me as a sociologist, this last remark about the system and the systemic risk is interesting because there can never be a foolproof financial system because the actors that are in this system are there to make money and to make a lot of money and as quickly as possible. So they will always look for new ways to extract value. And they will come up with they are creative and inventive, right? So they are always one step ahead, I think, from the regulators. And the other aspect of this year's prize that I find interesting is, that it has so much to do with belief and trust in institutions and belief about, all kinds of things. And people have irrational beliefs. We can't take that away from them either. And that creates problems for the sector and for the regulators. So.
Is trust and belief and also knowledge and information about the situation as it is and rumors. I know, Dr. Lee, that you studied how digital development is changing or the effects of digital development in banking. And it seems, again, these papers are from '83, which is very pre the digital time, and they say something interesting about the system as such. After that came the digitalization, which means faster transactions, more spreading of rumors, if there would be, maybe more friction in some ways and maybe less friction in some other ways. The banks know their customers less because we don't go to the bank to do our business. How would you say digitalization has affected this, and if it has?
두 가지 측면에서 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
So I can answer that question in two respects. So we talked about why we are experiencing these financial crises. Well, a financial crisis, when it happens, from a general point of view, there is no crisis that takes place that because of well-known risks, but new intermediary methodologies, and under the name of financial innovations, if they come to the market, well, in many cases they do benefit the society, but the unexpected risks and unexpected side effects, when it is thrown, when it breaks out in the society, that consequence is not absorbed well by the system, and so this will lead to a collapse of the market risk, and this can lead to a financial crisis. So this digital transition is taking place in the financial market as well. And so although we cannot simplistically anticipate everything at this point, but the blockchain-based new currencies are talked about a lot, and also the financial products, when they are so unlike in the past, different intermediary functions, digital platforms are intervening, and additional risks arise because of these new entities coming to the market. And so they may bring greater benefits to the society, but there are also potential risks that they bring in. And so we need to thoroughly analyze these risks and be able to anticipate them, and also the contact points with the customers, the banks and the final borrowers. The contact points are lost, and the bank's ability to produce information is weakening. That is true. I think that is quite right. And so going forward, when new information is produced, and the financial institutions and in the financial system, these information, how it is distributed and how it is analyzed, we need to have new insights into this methodology in the process. And the financial regulators, they need to make more effort to really learn about these new ways of operating in the system.
Professor Edling, do you also have a reflection on the digitalization and how that may change?
Not really, but I would, in a way, I would expect that the monitoring function would be improved, because digitalization creates a lot of new information and data. So, right, you have a richer sort of information set to monitor on. But that's as far as I would render a guess.
Yeah, I see. But another for you then, you have studied sociological networks, social networks, through analytical sociology in Swedish industry, and violent networks, different social groupings. Are banks also an interesting entity to study? Management level of banks, or the banking sector? Is it a sociological subject of interest?
Yeah, sure. Everything is an interesting subject for sociology if there's people in it. I mean, but a sociologist would study banks sort of from another perspective, I guess. Certainly from the management perspective and the relationship between, the board and the CEO and the owners, for instance. But also I guess a big question for a sociologist would be the legitimacy of banks, right? So all these kind of bailout things, that would be something that would interest sociologists, because it upsets, people in general, that we save banks while tens or hundreds or millions of people have difficult to have ends, meet ends. Those kind of things would be, on the sociologist's dish, I think.
Yeah. I'm curious on economics as a subject, as a scientific subject. So have a lot of students here, and there are lots of students watching, and maybe they are thinking of what area to choose. And I'm also thinking of the criteria for quality in economic research. Can you say something about that, Professor Edling? About you're in the committee for looking at many different contenders or nominated persons, well deserving, I'm sure, all of them. How do you in the committee make choices? You said a little bit about that in your presentation, but I guess there are some parameters for quality that you hold very high.
Yeah, I mean the key thing are the nominations, right? So there will never be a prize suggestion if there is not a nomination for it. So that's the most important thing, and the people that are invited to nominate to the prize are academics all over the world. Basically professors at economics departments, they make up the core chunk of it, and then some other people outside of academia and in other neighboring disciplines. So it really is, in that sense, sort of a scientific democratic process in a way, right? But it's also not the popular vote. So it's not the nomination that gets the most nominations that get a prize. I think, I mean, commenting on economics from an outsider, it's an interesting, as a social science is really is an outlier, if you wish, because it has this really strong paradigm that keeps it all together. So an economist here and an economist there, they immediately understand one another. They have the same language. They have the same sort of core assumptions about the world and about the economic system and about, the set of ways that you can model economic behavior with. And that's extremely powerful. But it's also, so it creates an inclusion for the field, but it's also excluding in a way, because it's hard to penetrate that sort of shield, if you wish. But yeah, I think economics is in a very good state. It's turning more and more empirical, which is also interesting. It used to be a very highly theoretical, still is. But for a while, it was almost more mathematics than economics. And now with new access to new types of data, there's an extremely interesting development in empirical economics. So, if one would venture a guess, I think that's where most of the exciting development will be in the coming 15 years, maybe.
Yeah. Sung-Yup Lee and Keung Lee, both of you.
이성엽 박사님 그리고 이기영 교수님 두 분께 여쭤보겠습니다.
You are obviously the leading examples of the quality of economic research in Korea. No, you wouldn't say so yourself. But I'm curious as to what you think, how strong is economic science in Korea? How popular is it? I know a lot of Korean people, young people that very much want to be engineers. And there's a lot of talk in the economy about production, manufacturing, innovation, maybe not so much about the economy, but how strong is the economic sciences as an area for studies and research here in Korea? We'll start with you, Kim.
Okay. 좀 대답하기 쉽지 않은.
So that's a difficult question to answer. But to try to attempt to answer it, recently, Korean economists, not only Korean economists, but also Korean economists who are researching overseas are producing a lot of significant research. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, we have seen much advancement, and on Korean soil as well, we are seeing many good papers being published in prominent journals. So Korean economists are quite active overseas and at home, and they're contributing significantly to the field of study. Whether I am a member, whether I am also contributing, well, that remains to be seen. So the practical issues, to look at the realistic issues in economics, I believe that Dr. Lee can answer this question better. But anyway, until last year, I was also a member of KDI. And one thing that I understood was that all of the expert knowledge that we learned in our PhD programs, they are actually providing very strong empirical and theoretical foundation for policy development. And though the public might not understand this, but I would like to think that the public understand this, but anyway, the field of economics is very much impactful on the policies in terms of regulation and the financial market as well. I believe that is quite impactful in the market as well. And I would like to agree to what was just said. In Korea and abroad, a lot of Korean-born economists are producing very valid and significant research. And in particular, compared to the past, the general quality and volume is all both being increased and enhanced. So I have a very bright outlook on Korean economics. And in terms of economics research, this provides a framework for policy building and how much it contributes to actually implementing policies. In that regard, as was mentioned by Professor Lee just now, it is much more impactful than the general public might believe. And in terms of developing policy and analyzing and assessing the impact of such policy, economists are very actively participating. So they are contributing to actual policy. And this trend has to be upheld and reinforced going forward. Many Korean students, you mentioned that they are interested in engineering. And I do believe that there's more demand for engineering studies rather than economic studies today. But nevertheless, modeling societal phenomena and providing empirical evidence to explain phenomena and to build policies and evaluating the impact of policies, the economist's role is very significant indeed. And a lot of people find meaning in that endeavor. And I see many young scholars who are interested in making a career out of this field. And they will continue to form the future of Korean economic study.
Really the answer of an economist to say that there is a need for more engineers than economists. It's not self-defeating, it's perfectly logical, of course. Very interesting. Well, thank you very much. There are really good questions online as well, but I'm sorry that we don't have time to turn to them. So thank you very much, all three of you. And I'm going to invite Dr. Lena Eskilsson back to the stage as well. But I can ask you off the stage first. But thank you very much for coming to this session. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Edling, and thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your kind participation, extensive presentations, and really interesting discussion. And also, of course, thank you, Dr. Ree, for your contribution to the interesting discussion. I will not try to summarize all the things that has been said here today, just a few comments. I think, Professor Edling, it was really interesting to get some insight into the process of selecting the winners, the most rigorous peer review process in the world. And also thank you for encouraging the students that research can start really early in life. And Dr. Lee, thank you for discussing a Korean perspective on financial crisis. It was really interesting to hear that. I would also like to say that anyone interested in a future as a researcher in the fields of economics is lucky that there's still much more to do within the field and to discover in this area, not the least when it comes to regulations. And our Nobel Memorial Program will continue later on with a session on literature. So I would like to invite all of you to come back here at 7 o'clock local time. I think it's 11 European time, and follow this session. Otherwise, I wish you a good reminder of the day, and thank you for today, all of you. And in Korean, I think it's 감사합니다. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Fantastic to see so many people here offline in this room. And I can't see you, but I'm sure there's a lot of people online as well. Very welcome this evening to the Nobel Memorial Program session on the Literature Awards. My name is Anders Hector. I'm Science and Innovation Counselor at the Embassy of Sweden here in Seoul. And I will be the moderator this evening. Everything we say will be translated between English and Korean, and you can choose online which channel you want to follow, in which language. And online you can also find an opportunity to write questions to the speakers. And in this room, I suggest that you also turn to this facility at the Nobel Memorial Program.kr to write questions. Let me now introduce the host for this evening, the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Daniel Wolvén.
Thank you, Anders, for that kind introduction. And dear guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this Nobel Prize Symposium on the Award in Literature, given in 2022, as we all know, to Annie Ernaux for, and I quote, "the courage and clinical acuity with which she uncovers the roots, estrangements, and collective restraints of personal memory," unquote. This symposium is held as part of the Nobel Memorial Program, which the Embassy organizes with the kind support of 3 leading Swedish universities, KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Lund University, and Umeå University, representatives of which universities are with us here tonight. With these Nobel symposia, we try to do several things. We try to stimulate curiosity about the Nobel Prizes that have been awarded this year. We also try to evoke interest about the Nobel Prize as such in a wider perspective. Tonight, I wish to particularly thank the panelists, our speakers, and of course, the Korea Comparative Literature Association for your steadfast support to this particular session, and of course, Seoul National University, which is kindly hosting us in this beautiful hall. So again, thank you very much. I think all of us here now are very keen to hear the speakers and the panel's insight on this year's Nobel Prize in Literature. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. A very important and valued partner to the Embassy in conducting these symposia on literature is the Korea Comparative Literature Association, KCLA. And I'm very happy to welcome to the stage the president of KCLA, Hyun-Jin Lee. Please. Here.
God kväll, välkommen till Korea. I hope my Swedish pronunciation has survived tonight. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all the delegates from Sweden. Welcome to Korea. 저는 방금 소개받은
So as introduced, I am president of Korea Comparative Literature Association, Hyun-Jin Lee. The Swedish Embassy has jointly organized this 2022 Nobel Prize in Literature Symposium jointly with the Korea Comparative Literature Association. For the past 2 years, this symposium had been only hosted online, and it is a great joy and honor to be hosting you and seeing you face to face tonight. On October 6th, the Swedish Academy of Sciences announced the French writer Annie Ernaux as this year's Nobel Literature Prize laureate. She was awarded for the courage with which she uncovers the roots, estrangements, and collective restraints of personal memory. This is the reason why the Academy chose Ernaux as this year's winner, and this offers us an opportunity to reflect on the significance and role of literature. Literature, from time to time, shares with readers the stories that have not been documented in history in an extremely private place as well as a place for community. In particular, comparative literature brings the literary narratives from one country across the boundaries of language and space to deliver it as a means for interaction and transforms it into narratives for us all. In that sense, all of us who study foreign literature are also scholars of comparative literature. So tonight, we will share within the realm of literature the narrative strength and courage of Annie Ernaux and translate it into a strength of our own. For organizing this important symposium, I thank His Excellency Daniel Wolven, Swedish Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, and also the special thanks to the delegates who have traveled from Sweden for the symposium, and also everyone who has joined us in person and who is participating online. My sincere thanks to them all. I hope that you will be able to. We will all come together in literature tonight.
Thank you very much. Tusen Tech.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. And we have done these Nobel Memorial Programs. This is the third year that we're doing them, and all the time together with the Swedish universities. They are an important partner to the embassy. It wouldn't be possible without them. And for the first time of these 3 years, we have them physically here in this room, which is fantastic. And I'm very happy to welcome to the stage Katrine Riklund, Professor Katrine Riklund, that is a Pro-Vice Chancellor of Umeå University. Welcome to the stage, Katrine.
So thank you, Mr. Ambassador, distinguished professors, all old and new friends on site and online from South Korea, from Sweden, and from the rest of the globe. I have been thinking this afternoon while I asked a medical professor to introduce the Nobel Prize in Literature, and now I understand why. It's because I'm a researcher in cognitive science. We are working with the healthy and the diseased memory, so that's the connection. It's really a great honor to be a partner of this Nobel Memorial Program 22 on site here in Seoul. And on behalf of all 3 Swedish partner universities, I would like to thank our host, Mr. Daniel Wolven, the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, and all others that have been working very hard to make this symposium to be real. A special thanks to Professor Lee, the President of the Korea Comparative Literature Association, KCLA. As you know, a Nobel Prize is a very special appreciation, and all you that are here in person and online will have an exciting time sharing the presentations and discussions with the distinguished speakers. This afternoon has been kind of a taste of the Nobel Day in Stockholm, December 10. Also, that day is live streamed, so everybody that wish can take part of lectures and the prize ceremony when the laureates receive the prizes from the hand of the Swedish king. In fact, there is a whole week with Nobel activities in Sweden. Today, we have so far shared presentations and discussions of the prizes in medicine or physiology, physics, chemistry, and now finally the Nobel Prize in Literature. We have also heard about the prize in economics, sciences 2022, but now it's time for the prize in literature. Alfred Nobel specified that one of the prizes should go to whoever during the past year have done humanity the greatest good by writing the most excellent ideal direction. Prize winners are appointed, as we heard, by the Swedish Academy and announced in October each year by its permanent secretary in the stock exchange in the Gamla stan, the old city of Stockholm. And this prize has been awarded since 1901. So get curious and have a learning time. I wish you all a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Riklund. And we have for you and for us here 2 fantastic keynote speakers that are going to give presentations and a panelist. So 3 people and me will have a conversation on stage in a while. And I would like to begin with welcoming to the stage Florence Cisask. And Florence Cisask has been the lecturer of French at Umeå University Language Department for over 30 years. She has mostly been teaching French-speaking literature and cultures. Her French-speaking literatures and cultures. Her main research has aimed at rediscovering and revoicing 19th century French female writers. Other research interests of hers lay in autobiographical texts, Francophone writers in Creole languages and cultures. She has recently translated several Swedish graphical novels and children's books into French that have been published in France. She has been Deputy Director of Studies in French and International Coordinator at the Language Department at Umeå University since 2009. Florence Cisas, please, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ambassador, good evening and thank you for having me here. It has been a very enriching experience so far to be in South Korea. We've been hearing about innovation in science, high technology, artificial intelligence and so forth, and now to something entirely different, artificial intelligence and the art of writing with a pen. That's actually what Annie Ernaux does. Here she is. It is hardly the first time that the Nobel Prize in Literature is awarded a French writer. It is in fact the 15th time. The first prize ever awarded, 1901, as you were recalling, was actually given to a French writer, Sully Prudhomme, that I'm afraid not many people remember, neither do I. It was a long time ago. So 15 out of 117 is quite an outstanding number, but most French recipients received their prize a long time ago, at a moment in time where France might have had another kind of cultural aura than today. All of the other 14 were men. So the novelty this year is that for the first time ever, the French laureate is a woman, Annie Ernaux. As a matter of fact, as many French writers have been given the prize, as women writers of all countries and categories. So the prize, one could say, has only recently been feminized. Concerned by women's rights as she is, this is something that Annie Ernaux, no doubt, might want to address in her speech when coming to Stockholm to receive the prize. We shall see. Sorry. So what has Annie Ernaux to tell us? Is she in any way innovating in the field or even trend-setting? I should say yes, if you consider how many young writers of today, like Edouard Louis or Nina Bouraoui, name her as an inspiration. But let's have a look at the motivation that was given to the award by the Swedish Academy. I might want to warn you that I'm not entirely satisfied by the English translation provided by the Academy and might have to alter it slightly in order to make it correspond better to the Swedish original, which I think was much better. So here it is. The Nobel Prize in Literature is awarded to the French author Annie Ernaux for the courage and clinical acuity with which he uncovers the roots, estrangements, and collective restraints of personal memory. And what I'm proposing to do now is simply to take you through each and every one of those carefully chosen terms and try to illustrate them. The roots of personal memory. Annie Ernaux was born and raised in Normandy, northern France. She wasn't actually born in Yvetot, as I wrote here, but she was raised in Yvetot, and she was born in 1940. Her parents, as many French people at the time, came from a rural background and never got a chance to study through school, let alone go to the university. To avoid working in a factory, they purchased and ran a small grocery store, and that was also a cafe. There were not many books around. In her book about her father, A Man's Place, La Place, Ernaux recalls how he took her to the library for the first time when she was 12, and they were taken aback by the fact that you were actually expected to know what kind of books you wanted to borrow. They never went back, not together at least. But the young Annie never lost interest, as we know. She studied literature and philosophy, and by the age of 22, she had written her first book that was never actually published. She married one of her fellow students. They got children, and it wasn't until the age of 32 that she eventually got published. Her first book is called Les Armoires Vides, Cleaned Out in English. She started teaching, and she eventually became a professor in literature. Ernaux is now 82 years old, and unlike many of her fellow laureates, she has long been a celebrated writer, long before the Nobel Prize. The fact that she was the only one in her family engaged in university studies made her parents proud, but at the same time created a social and cultural gap between her and her father, above all. Her marrying a bourgeois, as she says, or a middle-class man, pushed her even further away from her modest origins. And this is basically the subject of many of her books that are all without exception based on personal experience and personal memories, thereof the roots of personal memory. She tells us how it felt to be a girl, a woman, a mother at a certain moment in time in a certain society, the French society. Among her experiences as a woman, her getting an abortion at a time when it was illegal in France is certainly one of her strongest testimonies in Happening, L'événement, as she spares us no gory detail. Her class defecting, as she herself refers it to, her class defecting is also a recurrent theme, and the shame that goes with it. It's a double shame. The shame of not having been born with a cultural capital, as sociologist Bourdieu, whom she often refers to in interviews, would say. And the shame of having escaped her own origins and having transferred to a higher social class, which meant that she left behind parts of her origins and her own father, which she recalls in A Man's Place. That she somehow had to sacrifice them in so doing, or at least that's what it felt like. Now, one has to bear in mind that the problematics of class and literature in Sweden and France are quite different. Whereas the folkhögskolor, I found a translation in English, resident colleges for adult education in Sweden, have made it possible for writers with a working class background to emerge and take a natural position in Swedish literature, like Ivalu Johansson or Moa Martinsson. There is no such thing as a working class literature in France. Literature is made by an intellectual elite that Annie Ernaux somehow wanted to belong to. And maybe the Swedish situation in that respect made it especially important for the Academy to reward Annie Ernaux of all writers. So that was the first thing. The estrangements or strangeness of personal memory. I suppose this has to do with how memory actually works, how it mixes up and singles out and transforms, and also the literary processes. How do you account for memory in literature? How do you account for remembering? Writing is strange, as Marguerite Duras, a fellow writer, would say. And that's actually a title of one of her books. But let's have a look at a quote that Annie Ernaux explains herself what she means with the strangeness of personal memory. And it's an excerpt from The Years, Les Années, which is one of her most popular book and most read. They will all vanish at the same time, like the millions of images that lay behind the foreheads of the grandparents, dead for half a century, and of the parents, also dead. Images in which we appeared as a little girl in the midst of beings who died before we were born, just as in our own memories, our small children are there next to our parents and schoolmates. And one day will appear in our children's memories among their grandchildren and people not yet born. Like sexual desire, memory never stops. It pairs the dead with the living, the real with the imaginary beings, dreams with history. And that is the confusion of memory that she wants to somehow illustrate in her books. Another thing I want to draw your attention to is that she refers to herself as we, which is quite interesting. We'll get back to her style. That was the second thing. Also, she often says that people ask her, how do you choose your subject matters? And she answers, I don't choose them, they choose me. So sooner or later, she knows that she will have to tell the tale. And some tales she doesn't want to tell. Not every experience is possible to tell. As for instance, telling about her children, her grown-up children. She is very reluctant to write anything about them. It was okay when they were kids, but not now. Now, the collective memory, even though Ernaux's main fields of interest, as I've said, have to do with her own experiences, she refuses to call her books autobiographical, preferring the neologism auto-socio-biographical. She sees herself as a sociologist, and the only reason why she goes through with any particular book is because she finds in the story a universal relevance. That's why she seldom says I. There is not much first-person narrative in her books. Even though she refers to herself and people she has actually known, and that she is, so to speak, based on a true story, as the Swedish writer Kristina Lung would have said. What interests her is to tell tales from given parameters that will be helpful or recognizable to as many people as possible. I suppose you could call it identification. She also says, I'm penetrated by others like a whore, which is quite a strong statement. And she explains further in Happening, this book that she wrote about an abortion that she had in the 70s. Maybe the true purpose of my life is for my body, my sensations, and my thoughts to become writing. In other words, something intelligible and universal, causing my existence to merge into the lives and heads of other people. What of the literary qualities of her work? And covering with clinical acuity was what was mentioned in the motivation. After all, even though she claims to want to work as a sociologist, she's not a sociologist, she's not a trained sociologist, nor is she a journalist. She's a novelist, which is quite different. And that is a subject of some controversy, her style. She herself describes it as flat writing, as impersonal as she can possibly make it. Flat writing, she said, in A Man's Place. No sentimentality, no drama has any place in Annie Ernaux's books. So I thought that the clinical acuity was quite prevalent in her books. There is something aseptic about her style, which might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it's certainly very conscious on her part. As she is, as she says, writing from reality. One could say that she is participating in this new genre that was created in the 60s, the autofiction genre. Yeah, I want to go back, sorry. And what of our reality today? That might have to do with the word courage. She just came out with a new book, Le Jeune Homme, which is about a relationship she had with a 30-year younger man when she was in her 50s. As for happening, this is, of course, a controversial subject. Does society allow this kind of relationship? Was it ready for it then? Is it ready for it now? This is what this not so politically correct female writer chooses to explore. And speaking of politics, I said earlier that the Academy's choice was not political. What I meant was, of course, that they might have chosen a Ukrainian writer, for instance, which might have been a more political choice. This is not to say that Ernaux's books are not political per se. They are, of course, political. Feminists have taught us that the personal is political, and that in that sense, Ernaux is definitely political in her books. Apart from that, she's also an activist in her own right. And she said recently in an interview in the big Swedish paper, DN, that she would fight for women's rights till the day she dies. She also fights for equality for all and the means to achieve it. And of course, she's very critical of education in France and the school system in France that she thinks is very unequal. And she fights, as you can see on the picture here, together with Jean-Luc Mélenchon, founder of the French political party La France Insoumise, France Unbowed, against expensive living costs and climate idleness. That's what the sign says here. You can't actually see it, but you have to take my word for it. So you could say that despite her admirable age, I should think that we haven't heard the last of her. And I just wanted to give you the books that she's written, some of the books, a selection of the books that have come in English. Some of the books have been translated twice in English, once in a British translation, another time in an American translation. And they might change names or titles. And some of them I have quoted here. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting and fascinating. And I would like to introduce then our second keynote speaker, which is Assistant Professor Chorong Kang. She's Assistant Professor at the Department of French Language and Literature here at the Seoul National University, which is where we are. Chorong Kang is Assistant Professor at the Department of French Language and Literature. She earned her doctorate degree from Paris University in 2010 with a thesis on Simone de Beauvoir. Her research focuses on French existentialism and women's writing in French literature, and her publications include several writings on Annie Ernaux. You are most welcome, Professor So-Hook Lee. Welcome.
네, 안녕하십니까? 저는 서울대학교에서
Good evening. I'm Cho Dong-gang. I'm working in teaching students at Seoul National University. I would like to first of all welcome everyone to the symposium on behalf of Seoul National University. And also I would like to thank the Korean Comparative Literature Association and also the Swedish Embassy and also the many staff for inviting me and for all your hard work in making this such a successful event. So on the one hand, I'm quite nervous in standing before you here today, as has been noted by the moderator. With regards to Ernaud, I do have several papers written. However, I have majored in Simone de Beauvoir. Just because of these very few papers, I'm standing here today before you. So I do feel rather nervous. But in the case of Ernaud, she's not a well-known author in Korea. So if I misrepresent her in any way, I'm afraid that I might cause misunderstandings about this author. However, as a researcher, I will bear that responsibility. And so I hope that my introduction today will help you discover this wonderful author. So today, I would like to talk about the transgressive writing of Annie Ernaux. So what should I do now? Yes. How do I go on to the next slide? 네, 초록.
The big
So, this is the order of my presentation. So, in the Korean Research Society of French Literature, how Ernaud is perceived will be introduced to you. And then I will look at the key characteristics of Ernaud's writing as I viewed. However, Dr. Chisa has already gone over this issue, and I will be adding my own input to this issue. So, basically, in the Korean Research Society of French literature, there is a myth about grand écrivain. So that means a great writer in English. And in Korean, it is also translated as a great writer. So great writer in this sense is a writer who has written works that allows for very expansive research, especially when students go on to a master's program. What they hear from their teachers is that you need to be able to write about a writer who merits a PhD thesis. So you have to select great writers. So in this kind of advice, I was able to discover the elitist and very sexist prejudices that is contained within the Korean Research Society of French Literature, especially in the Korean Research Society of French Literature. When it comes to teaching legitimate French literature, those who have been born in mainland France, those who write elitist work, and the male writers, their works form the mainstream of the curriculum of the French literature that is taught in Korean. So, for instance, Francophone African literature or women's literature, or those writers who do not write in the elitist fashion, their works are excluded from the educational curriculum, or they're treated as supplementary material. That is the reality of Korea. I believe Ernaud is a writer who has been sacrificed because of such views in the Korean literary scene. But I would like to make sure that there is no misunderstanding. This kind of prejudice within the Korean literary scene, the fundamental reasons, causes of this, does not lie in the Korean Research Society of French Literature. In France, as well as other countries, elitist views are held in order to establish the benchmarks for the literary canon, especially within France. This kind of prejudice is much more strong. They have this long-held tradition that upholds such views and presumptions. And so from the view of outsiders, for those outside researchers who are approaching French literature, it's very difficult to oppose such views that are held in mainland France. Despite this, however, Ernaud is a victim of such views. So what kind of characteristics of Ernaud's writings makes her such a victim of these prejudice? I think these characteristics can be summarized into the following two. First, as has been noted by Dr. Tisak, Ernaud
the previous presenter noted, he said, I was penetrated by people as a whole. And I think this expression embodies the situation. Erno's writings are based on the sexual experience that she has herself experienced, and that is a key material for her. But within the Korean and French literary circles, sexual experience is seen as stereotypical subject material that is favored by female writers. Of course, feminist writing, this concept, or the feminism, these French feminism, the American-born French feminism-based literary criticism was once popular in Korea, starting from the end of 1990s up until the mid-2000s. Within Korea, the women's experience attempts to reproduce such experience literally within the framework of women's liberation movement. It had been positively viewed at one point, but after the mid-2000s, this feminism or feminist writing, it's too vague. Voices condemning such writing, critical of such writing emerged, and feminist writing deals only with very trivial, women's issues. These voices gained traction, and so the women's writers' work became undervalued. And as a result, the sexual experience of women, the attempt to reproduce in a literary manner, was treated as a very trivial, trite subject matter that is only favored by female writers. And so it was in this context that Ernaud's choice of her sexual experience as her subject material made her a writer who wrote only light literature. And people only focus on the fact that she used her own sexual experience as a subject matter. And so they did not do enough research on her writing and her style of writing. And so up until the moment that Ernaud won a Nobel Prize, Ernaud was simply regarded as just one of those typical French woman writer. And I think the stylistic characteristic of her writing was also one of the reasons. As Dr. Tisak noted, her private experience was very often used as a subject matter. So she is a writer who represents writing of the self. And the writing styles, as her sentences are characterized as a flat writing. This kind of flat writing means that very concise and plain language is used, and the length of her writing is not that long either. Because of these stylistic characteristics, metaphysical themes, these weighty literature, readers who prefer such literature, and the glamorous sentences and the showy sentences, those readers who prefer these kind of styles tend to regard Ernaud's works as light literature. And then this is one of the other reasons that lead to a negative perception about Ernaud's writings. So the French literary scene in Korea had considered Ernaud as one of the stereotypical female writer and producer of light literature. Is this true? Of course it's not, and I will show you why from now on. So basically, among the characteristics of Ernaud's works, what I place greatest importance on is the fact that she is the writer who has pioneered this genre called auto-social biography. Journals or letters, the writing of the self. Ernaud is a writer who has experimented with various variants of this kind of writing. Person's private experience has been dealt with by many writers. However, in the case of Ernaud, she does something different. She combines the private with what is social. And so at the root of such variation is a unique reception of herself. For herself, Erno, for herself, self is the super self. So, the private and the social and the collective, it is all combined together to form the self. So that is the trans person that she talks about. So the writing of the self is the writing of this trans person. So writing of the self does not write just about the private experiences. While revealing her personal experiences, she endlessly tries to connect this with others' experiences. And what's more, her family and the society in which the family finds itself, the universal structures and mechanisms of that society is examined by the writer. And the outcome of her efforts is the new genre called auto-social biography. So, self said that a self is not completely disconnected with the others. I consider myself a sum of experience, of determinations too, social, historical, sexual, of languages, and continually in dialogue with the world. And so the intimate is still and always social, because a pure self where others, laws, history would not be present is inconceivable. And so what is intimate is still and always social. This is her own statement. And what's more, for Erno, more fundamental essence of herself, she said that the social part of herself outweighs her private aspects. And so she uses herself in order to explore the society, the collective experience. So that is what her writing is about. So the writing about the self, it's quite different from those writings in the tradition of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who wrote Confessions. So it goes beyond these boundaries of the modern biographies or autobiographies. So in that respect, so I'm going to quote this, a very long statement. In 1983, Annie Ernaux wrote this work called La Place to mourn her dead father. This was a very interesting quote from that work. It is in the way people sit and get bored in the waiting rooms, calling out to their children, say goodbye on the station platforms, that I looked for the figure of my father. I have found in anonymous beings encountered anywhere, unknowingly bearing signs of strength or humiliation, the forgotten reality of his condition. So the father here does not refer to her biological father only here. Father refers to the very world of origin that Erno herself once belonged to. And so from the others, Erno seeking the reflection of her father, and from the others, trying to look for the experiences of her father, is identical to herself, seeking her own experiences. And so the trans person, self as a trans person, and writing of the self, I think her characteristics, her writing style is very well revealed in these kind of statements. The second characteristic is writing like a blade. As I have noted previously, the flat writing as well is a part of a style that falls under this category. So basically, Erno is a writer that tries to explore the collective experience, and among the collective experience, she focused on the experience of those who were marginalized and alienated. So in that respect, Erno tries to cut out the taboos and tries to reveal the hidden realities that had been concealed. And she calls this kind of writing style writing like a blade. More specifically, this writing like a blade is, first of all, about distancing oneself from the subject matter of the writing. It is objectively feeling and observing the subject matter, and then the truth of that subject matter is revealed through the most appropriate language and expressions to give it a shape and form. And so this writing like a blade is basically very different from an elitist writing style, because from her perspective, the true literature, genuine literature, are the so-called true literature or elitist literature cannot contain the experience of everyone. She thought that it was a very small container. The so-called true literature used the language of the elite, and the exclusive nature of this elitist language was what made this kind of literature so narrow in its scope. And so, very intentionally, Ernaud chose a language from a world that was very distant from the world where the elite, the ruling class, belonged to, and writing like a blade used such a language. And this flat writing style is a representative example of writing like a blade. So in that respect, let me read the following sentences. So here, the place. In the course of thinking about writing this work called Place, she expresses the sense of mission she feels as a writer. What matters to me is to find the words with which I thought of myself and the world around me, to say what was for me the normal and the inadmissible, the unthinkable even, bringing to light the languages that constituted me, the words of religion, those of my parents, linked to gestures and things, those of novels that I read in novels. So this is the language of the working class. What is interesting is from the point of view of the mainstream society, this was not a language appropriate for literature, and so it was inadmissible. It was even unthinkable. But on the other hand, this language to Ernaud was seen as a normal language. And so with regards to the so-called literary language or the elitist language, Ernaud was very critical, as is witnessed by these statements. If you ask me what was the most important uniqueness of Ernaud, I would say that it is not the subject matter that she used in her literature, but that she has discovered the most precise and suitable language to express her subject matters. I think that it is her greatest uniqueness, and that representative characteristic is writing like a blade. And inevitably, that kind of writing style cannot help but try to reveal the taboos of this society. And it is in this respect that she uses sexuality as a favorite subject matter. For Ernaud, sexuality does not refer simply to physical sex alone. For her, sexuality as an act is quite symbolic, and the symbolism of such sexuality is the most well described in the usage of photography. Lac Marine was a photographer with which she had a love affair, and before she had a sexual intercourse or after sexual intercourse, the traces of these acts were photographed, and this was made into a book. So in this work, Erno writes very honestly about her experiences, and so in some sense it is quite pornographic. But if you regard this simply as a pornographic writing, then you would not be fully understanding and grasping the meaning of her writing. And she equates sexuality with the work of writing. So here in this work, Erno says that take off your clothes to have sexual intercourse is the same as shaking off your facade for two beings to encounter each other in their true form. So in this sense, a sexual act is an act through which two people who have their own respective secrets would shake off their outer cover and meet and encounter each other in a very proactive and honest manner. And so in this work, Erno says that writing is like an erotic practice. So let me read this sentence. The thought that he began to write on these photos, the signs of a night, fills me with a feeling unknown until now, with an excitement as much intellectual as physical. It's a secret that we share, a kind of new erotic practice. It seems to me that we can do nothing better together than this. An act both united and disjointed of writing. Sometimes it scares me too. Opening up your writing space is more violent than opening up your sex. But an unconscious strategy, perhaps already at work, to not make room for it, make words and sentences unshakable, paragraphs unmovable. So here, Erno equates writing with opening up oneself to the others. So that is the reason why writing brings great fear as well. So for Erno, writing is an act that leads her to overcome this fear to truly encounter others. And so from this respect, Erno's writing is something that helps her overcome all the barriers that block us from true communication with others. As a conclusion, in 2009, Whitney Regis' quote will be read to you, and I will conclude. A characteristic of her text, the questioning of borders, whether between me and others, between genders, social classes, cultural codes, between public and private dimensions. With this, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I invite you to have a seat here. And Professor Sisas, please come and sit next to me here. And I would also like to invite our panelist, Professor Woo-Sung Kang. Please come to the stage and take the free chair. Not this one. Professor Kang is a professor at English and Comparative Literature at Seoul National University. His research areas includes American literature and culture, politics of aesthetics, critical theories, psychoanalysis, film theory, and Asian cinema, and is a prolific producer of writing. Very welcome. This was fantastically interesting, and there's a lot to process in listening to these presentations. And let me start with you, Professor Kang. I'm curious about the relation between autobiographical writing and shame and humiliation. In the descriptions, there is many times coming back to the issue of shame and humiliation, as Annie Arnaud is being described in what she's writing, and also how she's describing her father. I would like to hear your views on that.
That's a very difficult question. 제 생각에는
I believe that in Annie Ernaux's work, the key defining writing style would be autobiographical writing. And Professor Kang Chorong was referring to it as auto-socio-biography writing. So a private story would also encompass the stories and narratives of the society. And from that perspective, autobiographical writing would have the two following effects. One would be, as was mentioned in the presentation just now, the representative feature of the establishment writing, the sexist, masculine, traditional writing. So she'd like to transgress and replace and subvert that kind of established writing. So that's why she was trying to pursue socio-autobiographical writing. And so the subversive effect was what Annie Ernaux was aiming for. And at the same time, in Annie Ernaux's writing, one consistent theme is the revealing and exposing of the societal self, or exposing herself to the outer world. So these are a means of communication. These are ways of communication. But as a woman writer who is within a societal system which poses many difficulties, as a woman writer with the weaknesses or vulnerabilities who has to overcome such constraints in society, she shows her position through the means of shame and humiliation. So exposing oneself through shame is a way of communicating oneself, but at the same time, by exposing the shame and humiliation, is actually resisting against humiliation and shame. So this is a resistance. This is a gesture of resisting against the humiliation which is imposed upon the writer. So Annie Ernaux was from the working class, and she feels shame that she have moved into the bourgeois class. And she also is ashamed of her parents' humble background. So this humiliation and this shame is imposed upon her, but she resists against it. And at the same time, she resists being identified with this shame. So that's how I see it.
So it's a social shame, much more than a personal shame, or a shame as a human being can feel for things, and it's related to her parents because they seemed to be fairly well off, or at least they were described as bourgeois. They had a cafe. They didn't seem to be poor. They weren't living on dirt floor. So
not anymore, but I wouldn't say
anymore,
they were bourgeois. I don't think that Annie Ernaux would describe them as bourgeois.
No.
They are not bourgeois.
No.
Not bourgeois.
Not in the
Okay.
French
Never.
sense.
No?
No.
Okay, that's interesting. So it was their history then that was a source of shame to her that she was unhappy with, and that she inherited them, I guess. Oh, okay. She seems an acute sociological observer, and myself, having a sociological background, I'm trying to understand how good of a sociologist is she. But it seems rather that she is informing sociology rather than the other way around. Would you agree? Starting with you.
I don't know if she would be considered an informer sociologist, but she certainly wants to act as a sociologist. And I remember this book, Journal du Dehors, where she basically describes what she sees when she's going to work. She works in Paris, and she has her house in Cergy in the Ville Nouvelle, as she called it, the new town, the suburbs of Paris, and she watches people in the subway, and she describes what they're doing very acutely and very in many details. So, and that's her way of saying. And she doesn't take part in anything. She's just an observer. She describes what she sees. So that's what she wants to do, I think. So.
사실상 그 에르노의
So, Erno's, a connection with sociology. There's a lot of research done on that. Her death, Laplace was written to mourn her father's death, and then the woman's story, which was written to mourn her mother's death. Pierre Bourdieu, the French sociologist, the habitus, his theory was applied in this work. Pierre Bourdieu's sociologist theory and intertextuality is recognized. And in Korea, a professor, Oona of Yonsei University, has looked at Brunei habitus-like characteristics that was found in a woman's story and a man's place. So in that respect, Erno was indeed a sociologist-like. And another reason why I came to like Erno was because Simone Beauvoir appears very frequently in her works. So the second sex of woman, so woman's reality, was heavily critical by this author. And so Erno is very clearly does have characteristics as a sociologist.
And I think that one of Bourdieu's most famous book, La Reproduction, is very much about what she's trying to describe too, that there's this French society which reproduces sort of behaviors, and if you're born in a humble family, there's very few chances that you'll ever end up being a literary a writer, or let alone a professor, or because it doesn't happen. This class society is described, and you just reproduce what you've been born with. And so, yeah, I think that she's very much inspired by Bourdieu. Yeah.
Would you say would you say that she tries and generalize her findings and observations to the human condition or something like that? Or is that not important to her? It's rather her observations are her observations, she's writing about it, and we as readers find generalizable relevance in it.
Yes, I think that she's often said that what she likes the most is to read about readers' letters that they write, that they recognize themselves in her books, and that makes her really happy, because it's very important for her, the universality of her experience. If people recognize themselves, then she's written something right. Yeah.
특히 그 아까 말씀드렸던
So what I had noted before, the flat writing like a blade, also falls into this category. So I'm sorry, I'm being so distractive. So the biggest characteristic of flat writing is putting on hold any subjective judgment. And so the question asked by the moderator, is she trying to generalize her observations? No, that's not what she's trying to do. Flat writing is not trying to generalize anything. It's trying to reveal things. And so to the readers, what she had discovered, the reality that she had discovered, is revealed to the readers, and for that revealed realities, the readers, their own reality is encouraged to be projected into this reality. So while reading her works, although she belongs to a completely different culture, more than any other French literature that I have ever read, it was so close to reality that I myself had discovered. For instance, can I give a long answer? Is that okay? So my most favorite word and the most well translated work in Korea is a woman's story, which was translated by Chung Hae-young. So the flat writing, really trying to keep this writing style intact in the translation is very difficult. So I'm not in a position to evaluate the translations done by translators. However, the typical error that a translator can make is the brown jumper of my father, the cracked shoes, she doesn't write in sentences, but the translation is in sentences, and it removes any kind of deep resonance that can be imbued in that. But in the case of this translation, it really keeps these flat writing style intact. In the woman's story, there's a scene where the mother is passing away. Her mother is suffering from Alzheimer, and she's sent to a nursing home. And just before she passes away, Erno is able to see the genitals of her mother. There is no hair, and it was like the genitals of a baby. And I was reminded of my own memory of having seen the genitals of my grandmother just before she passed away, and the conflictual emotions that she felt for her mother. She hated her, she loved her, she blamed her for so many things, but she was sorry as well at the same time. And she didn't, pass any judgments, but she just revealed these objective things. But very deep feelings were evoked from that very flat style of writing. So she's not generalizing anything; she's simply revealing. And so each individual reader is able to, discover different feelings and different emotions from her writing.
Very interesting. And it's, I had another question about the truth, ambitions to be truthful, or questioning, also questioning observations to what extent she is questioning. She seems to be questioning her own interpretations of things. But if she's writing always very subjective about subjective experience, maybe the truth issue is not an issue. Is that a reasonable question to ask, even? Yeah, I mean,
problem of truth.
it's a matter of perceptions. We see things and we perceive things, and sometimes we misunderstand things, and there may be room for doubt about how to understand some things. But I get the impression that, okay, maybe that's not. Okay, I got a reader. Where is she in the tradition of autobiographical writers? I mean, the last years, I think you mentioned, Dr. Sisak, that she's a trendsetter. Young writers are mentioning her and referring to her. And I read somewhere that there would be no Knausgård without Annie Ernaux. And not everybody here may know who Knausgård is, but it's a Norwegian-Swedish autobiographical writer that has received a lot of attention. And there are quite a lot of such autobiographical writers that are very explicit in what they're writing. They're very, they don't hide anything. They don't hide their shames or shortcomings or ugliness or things like that. But she seems set apart. Is she set apart because she was early in doing that, or is it her focus not only on the individual but also on the social that makes her different? How is she set apart from Knausgård and Bukowski and Kafka, other autobiographical writers?
I don't know if Knausgård recognizes her influence. I haven't read about that. But Bukowski, she's very different from Bukowski. To start with, is a man, and he says I all the time. I mean, she has a different ambition. So I don't really know. But certainly, as I said, upcoming writers, a young French-speaking writers are recognizing themselves in and wanting to recognize her influence. As I said, Nina Bouraoui, for instance.
Well, how influential Erno is among young writers. I'm not in a position to say anything about that. I don't have any specific knowledge on that front. What is clear, however, is that in the field of autobiography, what kind of position that Erno takes, if the question is that, well, then in this field, female writers, women writers, they have been in the field for a very long time. However, these women's writers, they were only recognized for their presence in the field starting from the later half of 20th century. Their writing was recognized as a full-blown literature only in the 20th century later half. So that means these sexist prejudices are very much in effect at play. The very first work of Erno is the Cleaned Out. And this story is about abortion and a narrative about abortion, this very intimate and shameful story. She already starting from her very first work was not something that stopped at being just intimate. So you can see that the very roots of her combining the social and the private could be found in her very first work.
Professor Kang?
저는 아니 에르노
So, in Annie Ernaux's writing, I actually haven't read a lot of her work, but in terms of autobiographical writing, the traditions that existed before Annie Ernaux and also traditions of autobiographical writing from other countries are quite different from Annie Ernaux's writing. For example, in the US, there are writers who consistently write narratives on their own stories and raise questions. Jamaica Kincaid is one of the authors, one of the African-American women writers who is also a professor of English literature, and she is also has been a candidate for the Nobel Literature Prize. But unlike Ernaux, Jamaica Kincaid deals with the racial issues that are deep-rooted in American society. She raises questions on that, and she also compounds it with the living one's life as a woman. But the narrative might feel very flat. And in terms of depth and complexity, it's very difficult to find that kind of complexity in the narrative. But still, there is the very compelling writing and very influential writing. And we are seeing these examples of writing from women writers. Jamaica Kincaid would be one of the examples that could be compared to Annie Ernaux in that regard. And from what I've read about the work of Annie Ernaux, from what I have read of Annie Ernaux, is about revealing one's own wounds. And it was mentioned earlier that there seems to be some sort of resistance to being hurt. And to refer to psychoanalysis, the writer flat out refuses to turn her traumatic experiences into a narrative. So there might have been some unfortunate experiences in her past. But she refuses to have it written as a narrative of the victim. And I believe that even though Annie Ernaux writes about family narratives, she makes a very clear effort to break free of the Oedipus framework, and she is trying to approach the family narrative from a different perspective.
She also is political. She seems to say that she is political. Is the way she is political, is it an effect of her experiences, would you say, and observations, or is it a choice? Can you see a choice in the political can you see political choices that she's making in her writing? Or is it only that she draws consequences of her situation and what she sees around her, and that becomes political?
Is there a difference?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
But I wanted to come back to this idea of you were talking about Jamaica Kincaid and race, and that, but she does refer to her work as wanting to defend her race. That's the word that she actually uses. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
An interesting comparison. So yes, what she was exposed to was political, and she makes political choices to talk about it and analyze it and want to make it clear for everybody what's happening in schools and in this reproduction, and she wants everybody to understand that something needs to be done, I think. Yes.
Not just observing, but also wanting some action.
Yeah, well, you've seen her on the streets. She takes to the streets to actually change things. Yeah.
That's interesting. How was she received here in Korea when the news came that she was the choice of the committee? She is already translated. Several books is translated to Korean, right? Yeah, a lot of books.
사실 이 문제에 대해서는
Well,
한국의 언론을 그리
So I don't view the Korean media in a positive light, so don't expect a positive answer from me about that. But when the news of her winning the Nobel Prize came out, I received so many phone calls from reporters, and at night I made several comments. They just simply wrote it down automatically, and they wrote, news reports based on those comments. However, a reporter from Gyeongyang Daily, that reporter actually looked through all the papers that were written about her now, and that reporter wrote a very good article about her. There was a news report that was highly problematic that was written by Joseon Daily. What was problematic about this article was that he took a lot of time to write the article. He actually read the work of Arnaud. I commend him on that. But the simple passion, her love affair with a younger man who worked in the Russian embassy, he simply looked at it as a sexual relationship, and only very erotic and voyeurs, statements were written in that report. Very erotic, sensational sentences filled his media report. But, he concludes by saying that, a very unique writing style. However, The Simple Passion, that book is a best-selling. It is a best-selling book in the Korean bookstore. So this is the Korean reaction to that news. That is my personal view.
물론
Well, yes, the general public reading, they're rediscovering Annie Ernaux. I believe that is so because her rankings in the bestseller lists are changing. A woman's story and the man's place, these stories that don't focus on a sexual experience are now coming up the ranks. But anyway, in the beginning, most of the spotlight was on the sexual experience story, and that was what the journalists had focused on. But the wise readers are now looking at different aspects of her work.
Yeah. The public attention to something serious in Arnaud than simple passion or scandalizing events.
But I guess you appreciate her, so you think she deserves a bigger audience, perhaps, than she had before. So I'm sure it seems there are mixed feelings about her getting the award. On the one hand, it's the media is giving attention not to the more interesting things, but to the wrong things. But so, you think it would be better if she was left alone by the Nobel Committee and never received the award?
For me?
Both of you. Any?
I'm not sure about that.
Not sure?
Well, she was certainly happy, but she said it was a responsibility. Yeah, so no, I think she deserved it.
저도 당연히 그렇다고 생각합니다.
I agree that she deserves it as well.
But another candidate, Michelle Were, the other candidate, if she had received it, it would have created quite a sensation, just like when Bob Dylan had received the prize.
Is there a comment to be made about the Nobel Award in that respect? I mean, is it possible to compete in literature? It's not about competing, of course. It's about rewarding amazing things and about making choices among many amazing things. So do you think you may be biased, particularly you, since you're the expert on this and have worked very much with her, but is it a good choice for the committee?
물론이죠.
Yes, I think it was an excellent choice. It was the best choice that could have been made. And the Nobel Literature Prize Committee, among the options that they had, I think it was the best choice that they could make. I'm sorry for this cynical response. But on the other hand, with regards to this prize, talking about whether an author deserved a prize or not is not a desirable topic for us to discuss. So I think the Nobel Prize causing more attention to be paid to her, no, that is positive. I hope she is remembered only as a Nobel Prize winner from now on. That is because, frankly speaking, from the staff of the embassy, I was quite rude. I rejected one of her proposal. From the embassy, they said that one of the media wanted to, have an interview with me. And the reason I rejected this interview offer was because the question that was going to be asked was, what should a Korean author do to win a Nobel Literature Prize? And I don't think that kind of questioning is quite desirable and proper. And so I rejected this, proposal from the embassy. And so, this institution of awarding prizes, I have both positive and negative views. Sorry for being so rude.
I don't think anyone perceived you to be rude. But the reason why I'm asking is I want to come to another question. There's a lot of students here and following online that are interested in literature, maybe more than in the Nobel. And what would you say we can learn from Annie Arnaud for those that are interested in literature or interested in being authors themselves or are writing and want to get better? What is it in her approach, in her work, in her writing that you think is worthy of teaching others that are aspiring writers or aspiring to understand literature? Is it the flat writing? It seems her own, you said she doesn't write in sentences. That seems challenging. Not to write, perhaps, but to make sense of.
She does write in sentences, but not very long ones. It's not Proust.
No, I understand. Yeah. So is it the acuity in her writing, which seems almost like poetical, since the books are short and she wants to be very brief, but also to be brief means that you need to be very clear in what you want to convey. So you need to take away, like a blade, cut off everything that is not necessary to be there. Is that the thing? Is it the technique that is worthy of copying to understand it better, for instance?
I think if students here want to write, they have to find their own way. They certainly can't reproduce Annie Arnaud's way. I mean, I don't know.
우연히도
So coincidentally, in this semester, in one of my class, I am reading the classics of Arnaud. That was by coincidence. And the objective that was presented by the school was to enhance the French language skills of the students. But in that respect, Erno's language is very easily translated, actually. And that means she has a lot of room left, empty spaces in her sentences. And so we discuss how we can fill that empty space left by the author. And that's what makes this class so interesting, because we can have these fruitful discussions. And while talking to my students, I myself learn new things. So it's a very good text to share with students.
Speak about translation, because I realized when I read the translation of Laplace that there was a double entendre in the title, because of course it could be the square, but it's also a man's place, as it says. So it's very good translation in English.
I think it's good choice. It was good choice. Man's place.
Yes, I think so.
저는 개인적으로 동의하지 않습니다.
I don't agree with your opinion. Yes, I don't think it was a good choice for a title.
Limited.
Masculine.
The meaning. 그 원제목은
The original title is Laplace, and la is a definitive. It's a da. But in French language, la refers to not only the place, but at the same time, it is actually a prefix that describes, the general place. So it refers to the place that the father was. However, the place that had been occupied by the father was part of a universal place that could have been occupied by other people. And so if you put in the word men's place, then that would narrow down the meaning of that place too much. In the same context, the Win Femme is a story about her mother, and Win refers to awe in the English language, an un. So awe or un refers to a noun that is not designated. So when she's talking about her mother, she's referring to her mother as an undefined woman. So in the position of her mother, there is room for the readers to put in other figures in their own life who could take that place. So in the Korean translation, the title that was given to the work was not a good choice.
Okay, there is room for improvement, apparently. Well, I want to thank you very much, all three of you, for coming and for sharing your knowledge about Annie Ernaux and improving our knowledge and understanding of her. And I just want to say, well, thank you. This is the end of the literature session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big applause. Thank you. And before closing, or as we're closing, I would first like to call back up to the stage Professor Katrin Wiklund, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Umeå University, to give a few closing words.
네, 마무리 인사를 해주시겠습니다.
Thank you so much. I hope you all get curious of the literature by the Nobel laureate Annie Ernaux. I did, and I hope I did it for the right reasons. I may reflect that we have met different ways to describe humans today. We started off with the Nobel Prize in Medicine awarded to Professor Pääbo for his discoveries concerning the genomes of extinct hominids and human evolution and how that defines us as humans. And we end the day with the Nobel Prize in Literature to Ernaux, and how collective experiences is shared in her writing, and how her writing express her, and how you interpret her personality and experiences during the discussion. There are definitely different ways to understand us humans. I would also like to give a large thank you to Florence Zizek, Shorong Kang, and Woo Sung Kang for your valuable presentations and for sharing your very inspiring discussion with us tonight. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Anders Hector, the Science and Innovation Counselor at the Embassy of Sweden here in Seoul, who have done a tremendous job both before and during today. He has been the moderator for all sessions. And a great thank you for the audience, both here and in the air, for being here this night, sharing this very important moment for this literature prize. So this was the very last part of the first on-site Nobel Memorial Program, and it's now really time to close the session. I hope to see you again next year about the same time. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.